Morning. Mornings, Honorable Mkalipi. Can you hear me?
Morning, yes.
Thank you so much.
Shireen.
Yes, it is me. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sure, Shireen.
Recording in progress. Good morning, colleagues, honorable members. May
Good
we
morning,
show our
Chair.
faces just to make sure we are all present. You know, everywhere you go now, you have to prove you're not a robot. Sheng, so Alice, that is it. Good morning. You're muted. Hi, Honorable Van Sail. Hi.
Good morning.
Chair. Morning.
Morning, Honorable Mkalipi. How are
Good
you?
morning, Chair.
Morning, Tireko. I can hear your voice. I can't see your face. Oh, Honorable Mapena, how are you? Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, good morning. Now, you're not allowed to do that in this meeting. You're going to controversy in the committee.
Definitely show a bagabag, Chair. You done it.
No, I will not comment. I don't want to be drawn into controversy. Please behave yourselves, members. Let me see what. Now, for that reason, you shall be muted and your camera shall be blocked. Let's see other members who are present. Honorable members, we do have a committee. Lapus Kachne is very shy today. Only her gadget is showing she's around. Honorable Tireko, I've seen you. Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Mtolo, you want to show your face? There you are. Welcome. Welcome. It's you indeed. We're just making sure that there are no robots.
I'm here, Chair. My face will follow later.
Oh, yes, your voice is good enough.
Thank you.
It's a biometric authentication. It's good enough. That's fine. I think we do have. Labus Kachne, how are you? Good morning and welcome. We've not seen you for a long time.
Chair. I'm fine, thank you.
Wonderful.
Yes, I'm back.
Good. All right, honorable members, may we then take this opportunity for a silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. May I then welcome all the members to the committee meeting. It's supposed to be a strategic planning session, but I would like to welcome a number of participants from the department. You will guide me, Shirin, who else is here. We have a representation from the Department of COCTA. Before we proceed, let me just explain the approach to this meeting. If you can just put up the agenda, Shirin. Now, honorable members, the nature of our agenda is as structured here. We'll have an opening welcome, which we just about done. Then we have the two departments to make some presentation. Then we start the presentation on this draft strategic plan, and then we continue right till the end. So I'd like to just separate issues in twofold. The departments, honorable members, we've got a strong delegation from the departments. We do have apologies from minister, deputy ministers. We didn't really need them to join us as such, but we needed a presentation to be done, and I'm explaining this to the members of the department. What we needed for today is not a substantive discussion on the matters that we've requested, is to give a sense of what are the issues.
Okay.
Someone is not muted. I think Marina Van Sail, you're not muted. Okay, now we can proceed. So what we needed to do was to get a sense of the issues. What are the issues in this particular item? And on top of that, we then say, what are the timelines of when this matter will be dealt with in cabinet, in the department, in the committee, and so on, so that we know whether we should take the issues into account this time around, or it's something that's going to fall into next year's program. So that was really mainly why. So we do notice that the department have quite diligently provided detailed presentations which are quite substantial. Now, we would just like to plead with the departmental team. We do need to have a sense of issues, but we are not going to discuss the entirety of the matters that you have raised. We just want to understand what's on this issue and then what timelines we have so that we can see how to factor all into the strategic planning session. So I do want you to understand the approach we're taking. If it's a legislation, these are the issues, this is where it is. It's going to be going to cabinet, state law advisor, then come to Parliament on the 15th of February 2026, and then we know we must fit it that time. If it's going to come this year, we then need to know something's going to come in the next 2 months, so we need to factor it in. Some of these have got public hearings, some of these issues have got a lot of substantive discussion and preparation that has to be done inside the committee. So we need to get a sense of that. So you will pardon us because whilst we'll present this a little bit, but we will still ask you for a date when we'll get through, substantive discussions on some of these issues. So we do not intend to go into elaborate discussion on all these matters for today. Today we're doing a strategic planning session, but we don't want to do it, but remain blindsided on issues that might just crop into our program when we're not really prepared that there will be time for them. That is the request that I want to make, and it's an explanation I would like to make for the members to understand. But you will read the documents, but we don't expect that there should be a detailed discussion. Whatever you would want to entertain, we will do. But what we want to say is we want to have a sense as to where we are on those issues. Can I hold it at that for now? Honorable members, are we together on this point before we allow the department? Anyone with any concern?
Yes, we are, Chair.
Thank you. That's fine. Then let's proceed now. Can I just have the departmental team who is leading the team today? The DCOC. Who's on DCOC?
Good morning, Chairperson.
Show your face, Mr. Rabotata.
Yes,
We
I
can
hope
only
you can
see
see me.
half the top part of your face. That's much better. All right. So
Yeah.
just introduce your team, and then let's also see who is on the DTA. Honorable Mkalipi, before we start.
Okay, Chair. No, thanks for the clarification, Chair, on the approach that you have to take and also to clarify the department that we don't need all information. However, I would like to get a clarity, Chair. As we are embarking on the strategic workshop today, is for 5 years, is for 1 year, is for 2 years, is for just few months, is only aligned to the program, Chair?
Okay, between us, as committee members, we can go into that session. Can I ask that we deal with that issue at that point? There might just be a matter of understanding as to how we want to approach it that we need to clear amongst ourselves. We will come back to that if you can just remind me at the right time. I just want to clear the departmental team so that we can release them, and then we can go into all the issues amongst ourselves, if you don't mind. Mr. Rautata, who's from the Department of Traditional Affairs?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. It's Shoki Mokhaladi. I'm with few colleagues from the department. I
Do you have
think
a
my
camera?
duty is.
Do you have a camera? Everyone who speaks must be on camera.
I'm not sure whether my face is showing
Yeah,
now.
your face. Oh, now it looks very familiar. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank
Welcome. So let me just request, whoever is doing a presentation, whoever is talking or commenting must put their cameras on. It's only when we have a problem with your system that we'll ask you to switch it off. But as a rule, as you speak, you have your camera on. So let's go back then to Mr. Rabutata. Mr. Rabutata, you are on the floor. Do you have a sense of, do you have an understanding of the kind of approach we're taking? Are you comfortable?
We are certainly comfortable. Honorable Chairperson, let me first greet the Honorable Chairperson and all honorable members. My name is Vinra Butata. I'm currently acting DDG for PGA. Dr. Naidu is on leave. Let me also apologize for the Director General who will be able to join this meeting.
Move your camera a little bit
later.
back. Move your camera a little bit back.
Is it fine now, Chairperson?
Cuts your eyes. It shows more of your chest. That's it. A little bit. Yeah, now.
Okay.
Now I should be working for television, you see.
So with me here are my colleagues in the department. We have prepared a presentation that seeks to respond to the latest requests that you have made, that we should outline in our short presentation the legislative timeframes. You would have realized that the presentations that we submitted earlier were quite elaborate and detailed, but my colleagues will specifically, as we make the presentation, focus on what is required now within the 10 minutes that we have been provided. I've got colleagues that are directly responsible for this work, Mr. Elfas Ndo and Mr. Sia Nketli, but Mr. Sia Nketli is going to lead us in this discussion this morning, Chairperson. With your permission, Chair, I would like to invite Mr. Nketli to proceed with the presentation.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sure maybe I'm visible. I'll just proceed with the presentation. One slide, as the Chair alluded to, that he wants to see.
Can I just ask you, just push down your camera so that your head goes up, so you're more visible. Right now, we see a lot of space above your head. That's better. Now keep it like that and proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Let me, Chair, not waste time. I've got what you said, so I'm just gonna present exactly what the Chair wanted us to present. I'm not sure whether the presentation is visible, Chair.
Not yet, Sia. Just try to load it again.
Let me see. Chair, is it now visible?
Yes. Proceed.
Okay, Chair. If you look at what we have here, I've just changed now the presentation to cover what the legislative timelines as Chair requested. We've got a number of bills that are there which need to be considered. The Local Government General Laws Amendment That one, I think we are looking at it to be introduced to Parliament in 2027. It won't be an issue. Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority bill, that one is already now with the NCOP, so it won't really affect the committee that much for this year. The MC bill, I think the MC bill, Chair, that's the one that is being anticipated to be introduced also to Parliament in 2025. In fact, it was supposed to be introduced in 2025, but my understanding is that already, if my colleagues will correct me if I'm mistaken, is already introduced to Parliament. So that one should be in the list of what the committees will deal with. Then the local government municipal structures amendment bill, that is the coalition bill. That one, Chair, we are anticipating in taking that one to the cabinet during September, October this year. The reason, Chair, is that you remember that was discussed about with the private member of the day wanting to have some changes. So the minister met with the member, and there were discussions, there were agreements on certain issues, but in terms of these thresholds, there were concerns which was going to still to be dealt with. Then recently, the member did the audit opinion, the legal opinion on the matter, and came up with new suggestions about how we should deal with it. But we are hopeful, Chair, that the minister now is going to meet with the member to discuss those latest development, and we are hoping to submit that to cabinet from September to October 2025, which will be hit the Parliament on October 2025, which can affect the committee this year. The Intergovernmental Relations Framework Bill, that one we think it will only affect the committee in March 2026. That's when we anticipate introducing it to Parliament. Then the review on the white paper on local government, that one we're also looking, Chair, to be on 2026. So as I just presented, Chair, in summary, looks like there are two bills that the committee will have to deal with this year. My colleagues can add if there's something they want to add, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nkeshli. Any other members of the department want to comment? Any member of the department wants to comment?
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I'll come to you, honorable member. Let me just finish the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to invite Mr. Richard Blank just to maybe say a little bit on the review of the white paper on local government. We had prepared a presentation, but we are not going to make that presentation. Just to elaborate more on the timelines with regard to the white paper on local government. With your permission, Chairperson. Thank you.
Proceed, please. Show your face and talk to us. Show your face and talk to us, please.
I'm just trying to put on the video, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Acting DDG. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to all honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative and all the senior officials represented or participating in this platform. Chair, we thank you for the opportunity to come before the committee and just to give a brief, and we understand the task at hand, which is now to deal with the timelines related to the white paper review process. Maybe just to indicate, particularly looking at the current phase of the process, which is the second phase, which began in earnest around the 1st of April this year, which we are hoping to conclude by the end of April 2026. in fact, March 2026, when we finalize the reviewed white paper, which we must submit to Cabinet for approval. This is by the end of March 2026. In the current phase, Chair, when we started early in April, we began publishing the discussion document on the white paper review process. This discussion document was actually surfacing some of the key policy issues that were emerging from the consultative process we concluded in the previous phase of the process. So what we then did was to gazette this discussion document. We then opened it up to members of the public to submit views and presentations. And the closing date thereof was the 30th of June initially. We then received several requests to extend, and that request was approved by the minister. We then extended the deadline date to the 31st of July 2025. From the submissions received, Chair, we received about 262 submissions from various stakeholders, including 65 submissions which were received from members of the public. And parallel to this engagement or discussion, publication of the discussion document, Chair, we then embarked on another process, which is the research process. We've now commissioned researchers to basically deal with some of the key thematic areas that are coming out of this research. And there's also other participatory processes that are happening at the same time, where we've also embarked on several events engaging members of the public, especially those members who have previously been excluded, women, children, and people with disabilities. We've had an event dealing with political parties where we invited parties from the national government and also some of the key parties at municipal level. These are the parties that have seats in municipalities. So we've had several of these engagements, including the launch of the white paper review, which we did around May this year. So what we are hoping to do, Chair, is out of these participatory processes, the outcomes that are coming out must then assist from research, from the stakeholder engagement, should assist us to get to the next phase of the process post-September. We're hoping that by September, we'll start having the first policy document, which will deal with the policy options, policy review options, and legislative reform options. And we'll have that report, which we will also share with the committee at some point. But that report must then take us to the third phase, which is about the drafting of the draft reviewed white paper. So we are allowing ourselves between October and December to start the process of drafting the reviewed white paper. And of course, there will be engagement during that time to Cabinet, where we would seek some policy direction and approval of the draft revised paper before we get into publishing the document. So we're hoping that by December, Chair, we will then be in a position to gazette the first draft revised white paper for public consultations. We will gazette it, go to members of the public, engage and receive inputs. The target is that by end of January, at least, we should have received all the inputs, consolidated the inputs, and then embark on the next process, which is to go to Cabinet again for approval of the revised white paper. That's where we are. But post March 2026, we will then start the parliamentary process as it's been reported, where we'll now be dealing with some of the legislative proposals that are emanating from the revised white paper, go through the parliamentary processes to ensure that we do get guidance from this committee in particular. We get inputs and we take matters forward in terms of how we implement what is coming out of the revised white paper. I think briefly that will be it in terms of the timelines where we are. Obviously, there will be some adjustments here and there, but we should be in a position to come back to this committee to report regularly or on a quarterly basis in terms of the updates related to the process. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Abtata.
No, thank you very much. Just look at your slide and see whether you didn't mix the dates around on the review of white paper. It doesn't look like that makes sense there. The Parliament will get the paper first, then it goes to Cabinet. It sounds like it's the other way around. So just check on that. Any other additions from the department?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. That concludes.
Sure, thank you.
My apologies. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. That concludes our input from the department in terms of legislative timelines. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rabutata and your team. Honorable members, Honorable Labuskaghni, you will be first to comment.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I actually don't want to comment. I just want to ask a question. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for this. I would like to know if the department can give us an indication at this stage when a bill has to go to the cabinet, like on the local government municipal structures amendment bill that they said September, October, it will go to the cabinet. Is that more or less a correct timeline, like 1 or 2 months it will take? Because if it takes longer, it will move on the timeline for this bill. And I think we all know that this bill is quite important. Thank you, Chair.
Can you get a response, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member. These timelines has been revised within the context of the legal opinion that we received from the Honorable Member of Parliament. So we are hopeful that the Minister will have to meet to iron that, because it's only that now that looks to be outstanding. But once that has been ironed, then we are hopeful that within this time period, we should be able to take it to Cabinet now and then introduce it to Parliament in October 2025. Hopefully that there will be an agreement in terms of the outcome of the legal opinion. Thank you.
Honorable Labuskaghni, are you sorted?
Yes, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any other members wish to raise questions?
Yes, Chair, on the white paper.
Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Just for the small clarity from the department, you have planned to have local, on the white paper in Ndaba, that was supposed to take place on the 3rd to the 5th of September, and you have postponed it to the early of October. So with these postponements, are you like, the likelihood is that, are you going to meet with your deadline that you are proposing for the whole thing, the whole process?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the honorable member for the question. The postponement of the local government in Ndaba that was going to be held on the 3rd to the 5th of September will not be able to affect the timelines as outlined in the project plan for the delivery of the reviewed white paper. Of course, this white paper was also going to be discussed in the local government in Ndaba. So, Chair, that postponement is not going to affect the work that is being done in terms of the milestones that are set out in the project plan for the review of the white paper. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kalipi.
If they said so,
Okay.
Chair will monitor the process, but why did you postpone it again? But it's fine.
Okay. When we've got time to talk about the substantive issues, we'll answer that question. For now, we just want to deal with timelines. Any other comments from members? Would you say from the department that you have given us everything that we need to know about timing of stuff that's going to be tabled in Parliament? Because if that's the case, we'll then, at this point, release you. Or Honorable Direko, before you go, Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the timeframes that have been set by the department, is there any possibility of delay? And should there be a delay, is there a backup plan for the department?
Yes. Department.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. So the timelines that we have set out in the presentation that we have just made, Chair, are based on what we have in the project plans that were developed to make sure that we deliver on this. So should there be challenges, I'm sure we will be able to come back to the committee and inform the committee about those challenges. But at this point, we are confident that we should be able to deliver this pieces of work in terms of what we have planned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Any other comments? Okay, your closing comments, Department.
Thank you very much, Chair. As we indicated, we appreciated the opportunity to make the input in the strategic planning session of the committee. And I indicated again that we will come back and make the presentation in terms of the substantive issues that we have submitted in the earlier documents that we submitted yesterday, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Documents that we submitted yesterday, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the presentation. You'll still come back so we can deal with the substance of the issues involved. We will invite you. So at this point, we want to say thank you, and you are all excused from DCOC. Would like to now invite DTA. Do you have somebody from DTA? DCOC, thank you very much. And we note the apologies of the DG and other senior managers. As of course, we note the department, the ministers and deputy ministers here. Yes, DTA, please proceed. Sorry, did I miss up somebody there? All right, please.
Okay, thank you once more, Honorable Chair. I don't know whether I'm visible. Am I visible? And is the presentation
visible? Yes, yes, you
okay. Thank you.
Well visible. Things, please proceed.
Good morning, Chair, and to the honorable members. And before maybe I go to slide number 7, which will be the timelines, just to give context of what we never reported to the committee, is that we published the bill for public comments. That process has been finalized, and we also finalized the FOSAT processes. So the next steps will start with cabinet, but also to report. The committee may be aware that we approached the Constitutional Court for an extension of 24 months, and that has been granted. So the committee has until the 29th of May 2027 to finalize the bill. And having said that, I will go straight to slide number 7. And in terms of what will follow, because we have finalized all the processes, but then we are waiting for the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor pre-certification of the bill before we go to cabinet, because that is a requirement for us to go to cabinet. So that is the first step which will be undertaking. And as you have been following up with them, they committed or promised that they may finalize all their processes on the 19th of September. And once we have received that, then we will be approaching the Cabinet Committee on the 7th of October 2025. This is based on the Cabinet schedule, because after the 19th of September, that is the next meeting of the committee. And after that, and that also is dependent on the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor pre-certification having been received by the 19th of September. And we will proceed to cabinet. And in terms of the cabinet schedule, the next meeting will be around the end of October. And after cabinet is approved, then we will be tabling the bill in Parliament, and we are planning to table in November, depending, of course, on the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor pre-certification of the bill. And because it is also a requirement that we must translate the bill into different official languages, or 10 official languages, before we submit to Parliament. We have started that process, but it can only be finalized after Office of the Chief State Law Advisors has provided their pre-certification, because then we'll be translating what has been legally edited by the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor and what has been pre-certified. And thereafter, then we will be coming we will be tabling the bill to Parliament, and we are hoping that if we get that pre-certification from Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, then we'll be able to table in Parliament in November. Thank you, Chairperson. That will be all in terms of the timelines on the Traditional and Quiescent Leadership Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other additions from the department? Honorable members, there we have it. Any comments, questions?
Good morning, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mabena.
I pray and hope that you can see me.
Yes, we can see you.
Right.
And with your earphones, your headphones or earphones, you look like
sorry. No, sorry about that. It's the device that I'm using. I think in terms of the timeline, obviously, it's still early days now. But once the process is almost complete, is there any plans, maybe, perhaps maybe this is not to the department per se, but from our side, because they've released it for
for public comments. But did I hear you correctly that we are doing, is it public comments or public hearings? And then secondly, maybe to you, Chair, once it comes to us, is there any indication that the portfolio committee we might go on public hearings on this bill? Thank you.
Yes, you may comment, Shoki.
Okay, thank you, and thanks, Honorable Chair, and thanks, Honorable Member. I will advise that Parliament go on the public hearings because this bill is as a result of the constitutional.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
You're only answering for the department. Don't go to Parliament. The question is, are these public hearings? Are these public comments? That's for you, what you're doing now. That's all we want to know. The Parliament side will respond.
Okay. Now, we published the bill for public comments already for 3 months. The closing date was the 28th of February, 2025. So members of the public were given 3 months to submit their public comments. We received 132, but colleagues in the meeting may also advise written submissions. We analyzed all of them. We then revised the bill that was published for public comments, and that is the same bill which we are saying we then submitted to Office of the Chief State Law Advisor for legal editing and pre-certification in July. And also we received the socio-economic impact assessment system certification on the same bill. So the bill that we're talking about, the one that we will be submitting to Parliament, is the bill that has been revised to incorporate the public comments that we received, Chairperson. So we have published for public comments in the Government Gazette. Thank you.
Honorable, thank you very much, Shoki. Honorable Pena, we will have the parliamentary process involving public hearings. We will, partly is why we have to know when the bill is likely to come. Then we must budget in our strategy that, in our strategic plan, that in fact there will be time to address this issue. Nkosibuthelezi.
Thank you, Kwabe. Thank you, Chair, and good morning all. Chair, just maybe for a little bit of education for some of us who are new to this process of Parliament, what is considered adequate for when the bill is when it's out for public comment? If by the closing date, where should it stand, whether percentage-wise or something, where it's considered it's adequate that you can move forward? And this is really maybe for my own enlightenment. Thank you. Any bill for that matter. I'm not necessarily really referring to this one in particular.
You know, Honorable Buthelezi, I'm not sure who's going to answer that question because, of course, the department will have to make their call on the matter. But precisely for that question is the reason why the bill was struck off. The question was the court considered that it was inadequate. Then when we started the committee early, we went through this discussion, which was a legal opinion, a judgment, which was indicating what is it that was wrong or inadequate about the parliamentary process, which led to the bill being struck down. So there may be some comments from the department, but it's a kind of go by the feel thing. You know, if you do your public hearings, there needs to be a demonstration of the effort to reach as wide as possible of the stakeholders across the different provinces with adequate preparations beforehand to make sure people are aware of the bill. It's explained to them, and thereafter, and of course, it's got to be done in their languages, and the process of the hearings must be such that the views of those who participate must be recorded and be taken into account and be responded to. And then you need to also have the critical stakeholders considered. You also need to make sure that you go to the different parts, kind of geographic spread, as it were. So, but I think it will be difficult to get a concrete answer as such. But what I would suggest is before we look at this bill as the committee, maybe we need to pull back the judgment so that the judgment will actually alert us of things that we mustn't repeat as the errors that brought about the court order. So that is so far as our side of the public hearings would be concerned. Do you want to make a comment on the departmental side, Shogi?
I think we are covered, Chairperson, but may I just say our 3 months, we regard that because we published for public comments and we gave members of the public 3 months. And based on the 132 written submissions, which covered many areas, we will say from our side, we may regard that as, it's also difficult to say it is adequate, but the 3 months, I think it was enough time for members of the public to put together their comments, because they will also, in Parliament, there will be additional public participation processes. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Shoki. So
Yes,
I think,
Chairperson.
yeah, Honorable Buthelezi, ultimately it becomes a judgment of those who do the hearings and those who object in the eyes of the judge. That's how I can leave it. But we will need to pick up that discussion when we do the preparation next, when we do the submission of the bill to Parliament next time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chairperson.
Yes. Oh, Saints, how are you? Welcome.
Yes.
I noticed you had
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I've been here the whole time. I was just struggling to get in at the beginning. I'm using another device here, so I don't know where's the hand. So excuse me for interrupting you.
No, I can get your voice. It's fine. If we don't see your hand, proceed.
Okay, Chair. Thank you so much. Chair, I just wanted to, I'm fine with everything else. I just wanted to know on slide 4, on the point of 2.8, where the department says that more than 100 written submissions were received on the bill. And then they go on to say that, and there were only a few substantive inputs. I would just like to know if it's possible from the department just to send us that few substantive inputs that they refer to. I would actually like to have that substantive inputs, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, look, we can talk about that. That process is still within the department. We're still not really, as Parliament, getting involved in those things. I'm not sure we really want to get into it to a point of collecting documents that are destined for an internal departmental preparatory process. I think when we get to our hearing, we might then ask the department to submit not just the bill, but also the inputs that were made in public comments at that point. And if we do it that way, we'll be within our rights to get all the information that we need. I would suggest that you hold that up to the point when the bill comes to us and they say, here's the bill, and we say, okay, who commented? They say 122 comments were received, and we analyze them, we process them, we integrated them, and then we say, okay, thank you. Please give us those substantive comments so that we can see what it was. At that point, it will be within our right to do so. At this point, I think it's a bit premature. So keep in mind, when the time comes, we'll ask for it.
Okay.
Honorable Saints, thank you. Any other comments? All right. Thank you very much, DTA, Ms. Shogi. Thank you so much to the whole team. At this point, you are excused. Thank you very much. You can log off the platform.
Thanks, Chair.
Now, Shireen, I just want to have a sense of who is here. So once the departments have come out, so I do want to see who else is here. But please put the agenda back onto the program. Right. Honorable members, I'd like us to focus now on the issue of the strategic planning session. But before I get there, I have two matters which I want to report for the committee as a matter of information, which I think would be useful for us to close certain issues. The first of the issues is a memo that I've said that must be circulated. That memo talks to the issue of there was a debate when we were in Maluti Apofung. That issue, they raised something which was called a disclaimer approach, which we were very uncomfortable as a committee, and we asked if, in fact, that was an acceptable approach. And then it turns out now that we then asked that they must give us statements and explain all of that. And in the process, the manager of corporate services who raised the issue did a statement to explain that, in fact, he heard about the disclaimer approach in the meetings with the CFO and other people, etc. So I raised this issue direct to the Auditor General, Ms. Maluleka, to say, what do they make of this statement? Then they said, no. They want to write to us an explanatory letter that explains to us that, in fact, it's an AG auditing methodology where they want to, when they conclude that there is inadequate information and they have to shorten the process and close it, then they take what is called a disclaimer approach after they've done a certain kind of assessment. But the long and short of it is that the disclaimer approach is not from the municipality, but it is from the Auditor General's office. It's their approach. So that, for me, honorable members, closes the discussion. It effectively says that we should not pursue that matter, as we had already said they must investigate it in the Free State. So that matter is off the table at this point. So you've got a letter attached, and this is just for information. The second matter relates to the misleading of Parliament. I will not explain much about this, except that whilst we were in the Free State, we were confronted with situations where there were deliberate lies and misinformation that was given to the Portfolio Committee. And we therefore asked for a legal opinion from Parliament in this matter. I just want Shirin to confirm that we have attached it because I haven't seen it yet. But that letter, that opinion was ultimately received. The long and short of it is that it's a very tricky matter on how we deal with it, because whilst we are in Parliament, the members of Parliament are obliged by their oath not to mislead Parliament. The public that is brought to give information to Parliament, whilst they are bound as well by the issues of Parliament, Parliament can put people under oath and get to act on them if they misrepresent the facts. Then it becomes a bit tricky when you get out to deal with the public or to deal with members who are no longer members of Parliament that not all of them can be said to have broken the oath when they do give information. But obviously, if we're going to be given incorrect information, it's not worth having any hearings because it has to be known to be factual. And so there will need to be some work done to kind of assess the nature of the information, the misleading or the inaccuracy thereof, and then more or less to say we will have to make a call of how best we can deal with it. We can proceed in taking people to task, but we must just understand that it's a bit tricky, and therefore it's not exactly the same as a member who's doing so in Parliament. But if it's a member of the public, certain things have to be taken into account. And I'm not intending us to discuss this issue. I'm intending to say to us, you can go through this legal opinion, read it for your own information. It can be brought back for discussion in committee if we think we need to do that. Suffice to say, with relation to, in relation to the Free State, what we did as we were closing the session, we therefore asked that the Premier and the MEC must investigate the matters that were tabled to us and therefore ascertain the veracity of the information given to Parliament and take the necessary action if it was incorrect. And on that basis, all the Free State issues will be reported on by they will be reported on by the MECs who will go into details, because whilst we're busy discussing that matter, we couldn't kind of investigate the same issues. We noted that there were incorrect information, misleading Parliament, and that they must act on it, and then we'll obviously take a note of what action would have been taken to those individuals based on the applicable legislation. So I just thought we must just look at that and read it. When we want to discuss it, it will be brought back at the right time. It wasn't so much meant for a kind of deep discussion here. Honorable Labuschagne.
Thank you. Sir, I just want to raise this one question. I haven't been on the oversight, but I did follow it on my own way, and I haven't read this report. But is a member of the public, or is in the legal opinion on our approach, and we don't have to discuss it. I just want to raise this question so that we can, if it's not part of this opinion, deal with it at the later stage. Are councillors of a council or of the legislature, as well as officials, are they being seen as members of the public when we are doing an oversight in this legal opinion? Thank you.
I think what we need to do is to read the legal opinion, honorable member, and then maybe bring the legal team to come here so they can talk to us about them. They, in the opinion, they are raising the issue that they are not necessarily the same as members of Parliament. They're not saying that they are allowed to lie, but they're saying that they are not necessarily. So that's the aspect that we need to look at. That is the reason why we took an approach that says, okay, if that is the case, you, MEC, must then investigate this matter. And if someone has given us wrong information, they have obviously misled us, use your own authority to actually discipline them. And then it allows us space now to be able to get a municipality. For example, the MEC can say the council must actually act on this matter, and the council will take a decision. Then we're out of it. But what it would have done is that it would have made sure that whoever gave us wrong information is acted upon by the level of authority that is relevant for correcting the wrong. So, for example, just for your interest, because you are not there, one instance was an instance of a municipal manager who said that they had not been warned that there's pollution of the water, so they didn't act to clean the water and to take preventative measures. And we then said, and then of course, the district came back and gave us the confirmation that they did. So already there are two issues. Firstly, you mislead us. Secondly, you didn't act when you were actually expected to do. So then that's a case. And there was another case of the CFO who tells us that in fact he was not in a municipality. And then we find out that he's actually lying. He was there 2 years before and he was hiding it because of the thing. Now, as the team, as the MECs, we've said, no, go into this thing. But it's not only now the fact that he's lied about when he was in the municipality. It's now also on the basis that he shouldn't actually have been appointed. And they must act on both. In a sense. So you got those kinds of situations, which I think it would be an interesting one. Members, when you'd like us to discuss it, please, you can indicate and we'll put it on the agenda and get the legal team to come in and then we can discuss it. It's going to be an issue that will be with us as long as we're in Parliament. Thank you. I didn't hear your voice.
My hand is up,
Thank
Chair.
you very much, Chair.
The Honorable Labuskachne was going to say thank you out of mute. Are you done?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Honorable Nkosip-Telezi, you are on the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kobe. No, I was just going to say, Chair, I hear that we will, I'm very pleased that we will discuss it because I think some of it depends on the gravity of the lie. And I think that now the committee would have to have comfort that those MECs, for instance, who have been asked to act, did in fact follow up and acted. And also just out of interest, I'm just wondering whether it has ever been considered that maybe something which is really completely out of the question. When these people present, to have to take an oath, just a very simple oath, which is just to say all that I'm going to say is the truth and nothing but the truth. Because again, I'm saying because of the gravity of some of the lies. Because now, once you say the MEC must act, does the committee know? Is there a way in which the committee then knows whether he did act indeed? And then how does one arrest? This thing going on. So, but as you said, Chair, I'm saying I support that, but I'm supporting that we do need to talk about it. It's of concern, depending on how serious the matter is.
No, actually, Honorable Shenge, it's quite right you are raising the matter because, initially I was quite bullish about it, misleading committee, blah, 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 until I realized that there were many people who were doing it. Then I realized we can't be stuck investigating the lies of different MMs and mayors, in a province. We will go to the next one, get the same thing, and we spend a lot of time investigating those things. It will be a costly process. So rather, we must then actually delegate the investigation to those who have got the authority and the proximity to deal with it. In this case, my sense is that there's been action that's being undertaken, but we have got time. Within the 3 months since the visit, the MEC will come and give us one of the things. Will give us a report. One of the things we're going to be looking out for. We said go and act on those who lied, did you? And then they'll give us the answers, and then we'll know whether we're satisfied with the actions they would have taken. However, the action that would have been taken is obviously like any court hearing now, where you consider all sorts of circumstances, the gravity, the issues, the details, the implications, etc., etc. But also the law applicable and the outcome, the consequences of not acting and what have you, and whether the person is what do you call them? Regretting what they've done and so. So we will wait and hear when they come because they are leaders in their own right. For us, as long as they've acted, I think it will be important, but we can sit there and say, listen, this is inadequate, this is very serious, and then we can see what action we want to take. But they will come and give us a report. Honorable Mkalipi?
Okay, thanks, Chair. No, I want to agree with the concern that is raised by the Honorable Telezi, Nkosip-Telezi, and also the directive that you are also giving us, Chair, as a guidance, because one is the issue of capacity as the committee. And two, if the legal opinion suggests that we don't have any powers, so therefore the legal opinion must be able to say, in the absence of the capacity, in the absence of the powers that we have as a committee, what other powers do you have? Because I agree with Honorable Tebelezi that it's going to be a very challenging situation if, as members of parliament, will go and listen to lies, and as a result, after that, we don't have any powers to investigate those lies. So there must be a way forward in order to deal with it. I agree with the chair to say within 3 months, the MEC must come and provide the updates in regards to those lies, but there must be consequences. So it means that within the powers that authority that the MEC is have or she have, is also have to come to parliament and account how what have you done as the MEC, failing which something must be done against that MEC, because it's tiring, Chair. It's very tiring. And after we visited all municipalities, and especially in Free State, people take not from Free State alone, all over the country, that thing was trending. People was so interested. Why? Not because of the committee in Free State, because they are sick and tired of what is happening in their municipalities. So I suggest, Chair, maybe we have to have a clear indication as the committee what next to deal with the lies that was done by members of municipalities when we were visiting Free State. Next week, we are going to Northwest. We are going to visit again the Gauteng. People are still sending us information. And as a result, others, like for instance, I received a message from Masilonian. You know, people are saying that you come here and committee members, but there's nothing that is happening after we have left. They are expecting us to replace municipalities. You know why, Chair? It's because there's nothing that is happening. That message that I got, he is even saying that person, I wrote to MEC, I wrote to municipal manager, I wrote to mayor, I wrote to this, I wrote to this.
Honorable Khalip,
Yes, Chair.
you know what we call smuggling. You have successfully deviated us and smuggled a matter that is not part of the discussion. Now, we won't allow you to continue there. We will ask those members, those MECs, to come and give us an account. And certainly, if they expect action to be taken, we do expect actions as well. But we are not in the platform to deal with that now. You're right in the middle of all the stories that we've just been told. And,
Okay, let me
what
conclude.
action should have been done in Masilonyana and Nketwana and Maluti, etc., etc., and
Yes.
what are we doing about it, etc. We're taking us off the road.
Yes, Chair. But I get the clarity that I seek from you and your guidance. So are we going to guide the MEC? Would you please come and report on these issues, or are we going to just to say to him, come and give whatever report you have?
No,
Thanks,
no,
Chair.
no, 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 Honorable Kalipi. When we concluded each municipality gave instructions, each one of them has got instructions, and each one of them must actually respond to us on the basis of the instructions that were given at the end of the discussion with that municipality. So there's no way of moving away from that. We will get each one of those that misled us. They're going to have to tell us what happened to that. It's one of the actionables for them. Is one of the reportable issues. So they will have to. There's just no way they're going to run around us on those issues. They will report. The question at the end is not whether they have been told to act and report. The question is whether, one, they have acted as asked, two, whether the action that the censure is considered adequate. That might be a matter of debate. But my point is that I'm not worried about what censure they would have given. If they reprimand somebody, or they fire somebody, or they discipline somebody, or they charge somebody criminally, it's up to them to assess. But they might stand up and she stood up and apologized, we thought it was adequate, and we'll leave them. Because the other one, they will have to actually punish. They'll have to do other things. As long as people understand that you don't mislead without consequences. That's the point. Now, the consequences are varied. In Parliament, you can be made to stand up and apologize. You apologize. You may not even apologize. You get thrown out of the house. And sometimes you actually get fined. Depends what's the nature of the censure that you are dealing with. You can even be criminally charged. So I think it's enough for us to say we are awaiting this this report with a lot of interest. I think that would be the issue. Honorable Shenge, Kosoptelis.
Without belaboring the point, Chair, I just think that maybe then what might be an idea is that as a standard, in your introductory remarks, I mean, we've done it now here and there. I remember also once myself doing it and other members, maybe in your introductory remarks before any one of these oversights, you just put it in no uncertain terms, just a warning. I mean, maybe that is the least we can do for now, to say people, they can't say later on they were not aware how serious an offense is to lie. I just think without trying to discuss it further, maybe then that could be helpful, Ngwabe, if it becomes very much part of opening up for these sittings.
No, Shenge, you are quite correct. It's not just a small thing to do. It's a major thing to do, to warn them when we start that you are not going to mislead us. We will not accept it, but also you must know that if you do, there are consequences for you, and that we will follow up and make sure that if you did, something happens to you. So how we deal with it is up to us. But I think it's a very important thing to raise. And members, I think we mustn't think this issue will disappear. We have to insist on it all the time. That's why I think it's good to say, let's sit down and read the opinion, talk about it, and look at different ways of how we deal with it. But from where we sit in terms of the previous hearings, it became important for us to say, if your staff misleads us, investigate and act. You who have got the authority to do that, and come and tell us what we've done. Because we don't have to do the thing ourselves, but we must be satisfied that it was done. And that's how it's going to be dealt with. But we will see when the report comes. And I think the fact that we're talking about it now will remind us when the report comes. I think we find at this point, honorable members, now the question was raised, what is this strat plan we're talking about? Now, if I can just give a quick background, we will need to be guided by this committee. How do you want us to deal with this? But what prompted us to do this strat plan was this. The issue was we needed to put in certain activities into our program of action. Now, when they allocated the budget, then they say the budget must talk to the activities that are part of our strategic plan. So to do that, that meant, for example, you want to go to Denmark, you must then have it in your plan. If you put it as part of your plan, you're going to have to budget for it. If you budget for it, you must know you've got a finite purse, and therefore you're going to have to budget for that and other things you want to do. What you spend money on and you have no money after that, then don't complain because you had the money. You should have prioritized on your activities and decide what's important. So that was the basis of this. So in this strategic plan, we're focusing on what will happen between now and the end of the year, which is aligned to the available budget as have been allocated. However, if you look at the indication, you will see that I think there are 2 or 3 years where there's an indication of what projections there are on what the budget could be. So Sherin is going to take us through that. But for purposes of our strategic planning session now, we want to focus on activities that we must prioritize between now and the end of the financial year, and that we must prioritize within the 2-point-something million rand that we have available for the committee, and as we move forward. So we must then know whatever we want is in our budget. Whatever we don't have money for will not happen. That's the nature of this discussion. Now, if the members feel our strategic plan must go for the next 5 years, let's deal with that as a suggestion. And then let's see whether we can do that now. I think it would need quite a bit of brainstorming before we can get there. But other than that, I'm going to ask Sherin to walk us through what are the issues on the strategic planning, and then move from there to show us what happened on the budget last year, and then what's expected this year, what's expected in the 1 year or 2 years from now. But in the course of that, then we need to come back and focus on our activities and the available budget, and then make choices of what we will be comfortable if we did and paid for, and we'll be comfortable if we didn't do, and therefore we didn't, there wasn't money for that. That's how I would like us to look at it. So before I proceed, then, do we have any other queries? Can we just go straight to the presentation? All right. I'm going to ask Shireen to take us through the presentation.
Sorry, Chair, just a query, small one.
Who's the query? Who's asking the query?
Honorable Mapena.
Mapena, all right. Honorable Mapena, please proceed.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity and also for the clarity. The one thing that you've mentioned that we've got a budget, but my understanding that each budget is obviously for a financial year, which is obviously in this case 12 months. But then you also spoke about the fact that the committee must deliberate whether our strat plan is going to be for 5 years. So if we plan for 5 years, it's obviously on the background that for the next 4 years, I think we're left with about 4 financial years. It means that we're going to get the 2-point-something million every year. So meaning that we are planning on the basis of about 10 million rands if we do it for 5 years.
Can I ask you not to proceed? Because that is not our approach. Our approach is that we're looking for this year. I was saying somebody asked a question, and I said we will not go into that question until we come to this session. And I'm saying in this session, we're focusing on the 1 year, which is this current financial year. If members want us to talk about the 5-year or whatever longer term, let that come as a concrete suggestion from there. I don't want us to discuss it because I'm not making a suggestion. Somebody asked a question, we didn't give an answer. And all I'm saying is that if you want to make a proposal, put it as a proposal. But what you are doing, you're already debating it. So I'm saying, no, we're not there. We won't even start that discussion. We'll do this presentation now. When we do this presentation and members feel it's inadequate because it doesn't cover 2-3 years to come, let's deal with it at that point. So there's a slight difference in the approach. We can't debate that issue because somebody just asked a question. We're not approaching it that way. But if you want to make a proposal, somebody will have to make a proposal. But you won't make the proposal now. You'll make it after we've done the presentation.
No, thanks.
Thank you. Honourable members, Labus Kahne.
Thank you, Chair. Given the input and your response, I also just want to confirm that if we look for 1 year, that we all are clear that this year, the financial year, if we align our planning with the budget, then the financial year ends March next year. Although our year for us as a portfolio committee starts at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year. We must just keep that in mind. I'm not saying that we only have to plan until March next year, but that's the end of the financial year. And we have to keep that in mind.
Yes, and in fact, our financial year ends in March. It doesn't end in December because we go by the budget. So it's all aligned. So that's fine. We're focusing on the 1 year. Let's proceed. Shireen, please take the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Morning, members. I would just like to start at the committee's priorities for this year. That is in line with the strategic priorities of the 7th Parliament. So that will be strengthening of oversight. It will be enhancing legislative processes and public involvement. The committee don't really deal with improving public appointment processes. We don't deal with public appointment processes, and then improving the international engagements. And that is where our study tour to Denmark falls under. So I'm just going to go straight through to the budget for this year. We looked at what is possible. So no, the 2024-25 financial year, that one is completed. We just put it in there so that we give members an indication of what we've spent the last financial year. But for this financial year, we said we'll look at aspirations just to see how we deal with the issue of the budget. So our oversights that we've completed for this year was to the Free State, and that cost the committee 612 or 613,000 already, which leaves us with a budget of just over 2 million. So for now, we also did our Northwest and Gauteng oversights. The amounts that is indicated here, that amounts have actually been spent because we're doing that oversight next week. So that is already 220. No, sorry, members. 1.1 million that will be coming off that budget. Then we are looking at also doing the same oversight in Eastern Cape and KZN later this year. That will also amount to just over 1 million. So with that, if we look at doing those oversights, then it will be 1 million already of the 1 million that we have left. So if we only look at doing those oversights, our budget will be depleted. We're also looking at doing customary initiation oversight, as we agreed that this is a very important issue for the committee, and so that we can see that the loss of life is eradicated when it comes to customary initiation. And then we're looking at the most important thing for this year that we said we're going to do is the international study tour. We did do 3 options for members to look at the costing for that one. If we look at taking the entire committee with 2 staff members, that already is 3.3 million. If we look at option 2, where we take 9 members and 2 staff members, that is also just over 3.2 million. And then we looked at the last option of taking 7 members and 1 staff member, and that amounts to 2 million. We're looking at our committee meetings for the year. We had in-person committee meetings where we have spent 7,500 on catering already. If we look at meetings going forward, I know our meetings on the annual reports, we usually try to have those meetings in person. So we're looking at catering. We're looking at if there is no venues available, and if we have to hire venues, we just put in an estimation there, just to show members what the cost of the catering and hiring of a venue will be. And then with processing of legislation, we're looking at doing public hearings on the IMSI bill. When it comes to public hearings, the National Assembly Consolidated Fund, that covers the cost of public hearings. So the cost for public hearings doesn't come from the budget of the committees. So this amount of the advertisements and the 1.4 million for the public hearings, there's nothing in writing, but the standard that they use in Parliament at the moment is having public hearings in provinces. They do 3 districts per province. They look at doing 200 people invited to a public hearing That is now the cost for transport, for having copies of the bills, for catering and everything at the public hearings, but that is covered by the consolidated fund. And the honoring of invitations, I know members attended the review of the local government white paper. There's now the local government in Daba that is coming. So we make provision for those ones also in the financial year. So these are the things that we've planned for this financial year. And as it stands now, we over budgeted. If we look at 7 members and 1 staff member going to the international study tour, we over budgeted by 2.3 million for this financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Hello?
Chairperson.
Hello? Anybody home?
Hello. Sorry. Shireen. Hello.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. Are you done?
Yes, with the projections for this financial year, yes, Chairperson.
So what are you proposing?
No, we just listed the aspirations for this year, so we need to look at how to know what we're going to prioritize so that we fall within the budget, because at this moment the budget, if we want to do the things that we have agreed to do for this year, we are over by 2.3 million in our budget already, Chairperson. So we need to discuss what we're going to prioritize for this year. And then the House Chairperson also sent communication to say that the committee must look at only 7 days, including traveling, for international study tours. And if we do the study tour, we must still have budget available for our committee meetings and oversight for until the end of this financial year. Thank you, members.
So have you pulled together any package of what could be considered by the committee, taking everything into account? Shireen?
Chairperson, no, we did not do that. We just looked at the options of the international study tour. But even doing 7 members and 1 staff member is taking away our entire budget for this financial year. We could maybe look at doing the oversights to the other provinces in the next financial year. But then we must also take into account next year there's local government elections. So I don't know if we will be able to do the oversights in the next financial year before the local government elections. So we will need to speak around that one. We can maybe look at committee meetings, having physical committee meetings when members should be in Parliament, so that when members must all physically attend meetings in Parliament, we can have physical meetings during that time as well. As we said, for public hearings, that is not covered by by the committee budget. So if we are not doing oversight, we can then look at maybe doing public hearings instead of oversight, so that we use the budget of the consolidated fund. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can somebody just do quick figures and tell me what your three options there in terms of the international tour? It takes you 8 people. If you want, let's say, 5 people, what would that cost? Can somebody just crunch that in the meantime? Honorable members, let's look at this. Anything you want to raise on the text of the presentation, anything you want to raise on the figures in the presentation, let's talk about it. I'd like everyone to show their face, and I'd like everyone to comment on this issue. Let's all show faces. Let's all show. So, Honorable Labuskakhne, you're the first. I'm going to go one by one. Everyone must comment. What do you think is happening? What do you think should be done? What do you think should be done? What do you think should be prioritized? What do you think needs to be left out? All the members must do something. Come in, Honorable Labuskakhne.
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, I just need to ask one question before I comment. When we go on oversight, these planned oversights that's been done like in July, the other committees, the SCOAC and the SCOPA and those, I assume that those committees pay for their own costs when they do the oversight with COCTA. I just want that to be confirmed before I continue.
Just hold on before you proceed. Sherin, who pays for who?
Thank you, Chairperson. I know all the committees, they pay for their own logistical arrangements. So our committee only pays for our members.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, as we went through it, and I'm not, I never have been good in maths or plain rekeningkunde. But it's obvious that we will have to change our program for the rest of this year, because everything as in here we won't be able to do so. We will have to weigh up what is the priority of this for this year, and also in a certain way what is the priority for next year. And yes, I am sitting here and I want to say this right from the beginning. I don't think a portfolio committee's main option or the purpose of over a 5-year period should be to go on a study tour. That is not what we are here for. Or that's not the only thing that we are here for. But if we have something that is really important and crucial, like at this stage, what we started to highlight and prioritize right from the beginning, is coalitions and possible legislation on coalitions, and or with or without legislation to make coalitions working better in this country, because that is, as we all from all, and not party-wise, but as members of this committee are aware of and sort of accept it as a given, that coalitions is going to stay here for a long time. It might change over years, but this is the political landscape that we are in. So if that is a priority, I think it is expected that when people say, let's go overseas, we can do a laptop, a study, a research, but it's always better to go and see. So that was put in by the committee when I still figured out what is COCTA all about when I started out in this committee last year. The members that has been here previously prioritized that. So it was a priority. Now, it seems to me, even if we take out the study tour, we will still run into a deficit for the rest of this year. Because we are in, with that is, we are 2 million in the red. So we have to look at a different way of doing oversight, to do it less expensive and to prioritize. We know now with a budget with 3 million rand, I can just see if we get 3 million rand every year and we want to do this kind of oversight on a yearly basis, we will rarely be able to do anything else because there are 9 provinces. If we do 3 or 4 500,000 rand per oversight will take us to 6 oversights. Then our budget is complete. It is finished. This is not a practical model. It's not going to work for us because we have various other things coming in. And I think we have to look at that. So I think we will have to look at what does the guidelines say, not that we should be restricted by guidelines, but what is the expectation of, in comparison to other portfolio committees, how many oversights do we do in a year? And also, I understand that COCTA is in crisis. We have to do the oversight. We do not do the fixing. That is for the department. One thing that is missing in our, but that is this content on the money, but we have to look at that. In our strategic sessions, we don't get the department in and let them give us the feedback on what they are doing, because they have to fix COCTA. We are in the oversight. It's not our function to fix it. We have to contribute to make sure that everything is done. But this committee, it's not our job to fix COCTA. We are in the oversight. So we have to do the oversight on the department on what are they doing to fix COCTA. So we have to have a standing plan on the strategic document on a yearly basis, on a quarterly basis, to get COCTA in and say, what are you doing? Because they are supposed to do more than we, because we do the oversight. So I would suggest that we look at our oversight model within not the parliament, linked to the parliament, and what can we do within the severity and the importance of oversight on COCTA, because I do get it. I'm not saying that it's not important. It is absolutely important. But also, is it maybe sometimes, would it be cheaper or more, cheaper sounds really cheap, more cost effective to maybe get the people from the municipality to parliament when we sit, like Shireen said, when we are in person there, maybe to get the people there? Will it be cheaper? Will it be more practical? Or will it be also then the other threats is that sometimes they don't turn up and things like that. But yeah, that is my given. I also did a little bit of research just to be sure. The COCTA PDC as per se haven't gone on a study tour in the last term. Not that I was there, but it's very easy to find that. I was in the NCOP, and some of the COCTA members in the NCOP 2 or 3 times was alerted to a possible study tour or a combined one, and 3 times it didn't happen. And I'm not sure when was the last time that a COCTA PC did a study tour, which is also some things that we will have to look at. And so my proposal would be, we have to look at how we do oversights. It seems to me something has to go. At this stage, it seems to me that's something that we've prioritized as a committee, which is the study tour will have to go, except if 4 or 5 people are going, and that is a small group, that's a subgroup, it's not the committee. But if that is the decision the committee has taken, I'll abide by that. But I think we really have to look at the cost of oversight to all the provinces like we're doing at the moment. Because if we do that, we will run out of money for the next 3 years that we are in Parliament.
Honorable Mapena.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Sorry, before that.
Okay.
Honorable members, I did say everyone is going to speak, so I will, once I finish the hand, I'll go through the list. So, Honorable Mapena.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. But I want to lecture on a different issue, but it's related to this one, but maybe you will just forgive me. But I think if we are to be honest, Chairperson, portfolio committees in Parliament vary significantly in terms of scale, mandate, and responsibility. And as such, we've got some committees which are tasked with overseeing very complex departments like local government. We've got so many municipalities which are dysfunctional in this country. And as such, this department has a very extensive sort of oversight mandate. And as such, we've got other departments in Parliament which mainly focus on specialized or narrowly defined areas. But I think the financial and operational demands of a committee like COGTA differ significantly and considerably from the other committees. One would even think it would therefore be impractical to apply a uniform budgeting approach across all committees. I think if there's one thing that maybe as a feedback through you, Chair, we can give to Parliament is that they need to start categorizing committees. A committee like COGTA is very important. We're dealing with local government, whole face of service delivery, where people interact with actual services. So in order for this committee to be responsive to those issues, and the allocation of resources should be responsive to the unique scope of work that COGTA is tasked with. And I think I for one, I am not particularly excited with seemingly give every committee 2.6 million rand and just hope, because you can't give COGTA 2.6 million rand and give tourism 2.6 million rand. It just doesn't make sense. Where you've got over 250 municipalities which this department, this committee has to oversee. So I think from my side, without necessarily commenting on the budget, I think I would hope and wish that this feedback is given back to Parliament, that in the next budgeting process or in the next budget cycle, they need to categorize committees. And I think committees such as COGTA should be at the top of the agenda, including other committees which are strategically important in this sense. Already, even if you take away the study tour and you focus on the provincial oversights, you can just do 3 provinces and your budget is exhausted. Then what? With the crisis that we find ourselves with this municipality. So I think my chair is to strongly give feedback to Parliament Budget Office and also the committee that oversees the functioning of Parliament, that they need to rethink this. Look, at most, you might need about 10 million rands for this committee alone. And you can take that from other committees, because you can even do a proper sort of analysis over the past 5 years. And because this is the first time that committees are allocated an actual budget where we have to come and consider it here. But in the past, what used to happen was that committees used to operate on the basis of first come, first serve. So it operated from a pool which was there in Parliament. Whoever does the most work gets the chunk of it. Now, if you do that analysis, you will see that there are some committees that are not necessarily very busy like this one. As such, you can then prioritize in terms of funding. But I think for this one, they're really shortchanging the country on this one. I don't think that this is going to work, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Can I also close off my video? The signal is not good on my side.
That's fine. Proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks I just want to say right from the beginning, I agree with the two latter speakers, starting from Honorable Kathy and Honorable Mabena. They are raising very important issues, especially Mabena, to say that COGTA must also be revisited in terms of the budget because it's not going to work. And is raising a very sharp point to say even if we have to live with this budget currently, we are not going to be able to visit all 257 municipalities as we're supposed to do as per our mandate. And coming back to the issue at hand, Chair, I think, let me just say it up front, that we need to go to study tour. Is one of the things that needs to be done by members of parliament. We have to go and learn from other countries how do they get it right, especially on the issue of what do you call no one is winning elections now, and they have been in that kind of thing since way back. So rightly, I am sure that we can learn one or two or three things and come and implement in our country in order for us to have a successful local government as we are approaching local government. But now, Chair, what needs to be also to be clarified, it can't be that we must choose between international study tour and this presentation by Shireen, where she said that it's called aspiration. It's unfortunate because even if you can say let us cancel the international study tour in this regard, still we are not going to go to all provinces, as Mapena was alluding to that fact, and member Katie was alluding to that fact. So the modeling itself is a problem because we have to have a budget to satisfy the committee in order to do the work of the committee. So it means that let us also change and chop where we can change and chop. For instance, Gauteng, we went to Gauteng, and now there are issues that need us to go back to Gauteng. So therefore, in Gauteng is not a fresh study tour. We have been there. What is missing now, or what needs to do, is Gauteng to come back to Parliament to give us an update. It's the same thing that we did with Free State. Because of the AG's report, because of the state of affairs of the Free State, we felt as a committee that let us go back to Free State. And now we still have not completed Free State because of the issues that emanate from the Free State study tour. So it's going to happen to all other municipalities, Chair. So I'm saying that I agree 100%. Let us relook at the modeling of this thing of called budget in aligned to go and do the oversight to all provinces. And secondly, I agree fully because Shireen was supposed to come and also, I remember when we also talk about this thing of study tour, at some point we thought there was a sabotage somewhere, until the chair said, no, there's no sabotage. Let us just be patient. We even raised the issue to say that there are committees that are going to study tours. Why only these committees get frustrated? I was a member from 2019 with Honorable Tereko from this committee. We have never been anywhere, let alone that now we are attempting to go. So now there are committees that have gone already, let alone we were told that there's no budget. So we even said before, Shireen must go and find out from those committee secretary, how did they manage within the constraints of budget? Because I want to believe that they are also working with this 3 million budget within. So how do they also able to manage to go to overseas or to go to study tour within the constraint of this budget? So if we can also get, when you get information, you can share information and then we can plan better. Second is the issue that you ask her, Uguti, what package did he go and get packages? She must also get many people. We must not stick to one person who can also say, no, this is a package that I'm going to prepare for you. Just get various people. There are so many people who are doing these things of going to overseas and so on and so on and so on, and then cheaper accommodation and so on and so on. Just compare all those things so we can come to the committee to say, this is what I have found out. But now where I'm sitting, it's look like there's no support at all in terms of the study tour. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Terezi.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm very, very strongly aligned, Chair, with what my colleagues have said. I think that it can never be that it's a one size fits all in terms of these committees, and we all know that our committee is the most critical one because that is where service delivery happens. If it is not happening, there's no other committee which is so close to in terms of the local where it impacts the people. So really, if you look at the challenge via the budget, it's incongruous. It just does not work, which means this must really be seriously be visited. If I know that we know they say that you must cut your suit according to your cloth, but I think that at the end of the day, we cannot be found to have failed to meet our mandate when we have a budget like this one. So, and it's either we do a job to meet our mandate or we don't. Because at the moment, if you look at this, it's tantamount to sending troops to battle with broken swords. Because there are some actually where you can, with the best will in the world, you think you will have only one oversight, but the matters are so grave and so material that you find yourself going back. Is that accommodated in the budget? I don't think so. And I think that it's not a tick box exercise when you go for these oversight visits. And then, there now the colleagues have mentioned, Chair, that even if then we can pull out of the study tour, we are still not looking pretty. And I think that's just tongue in cheek. You are now looking at the prospect of exactly what we accuse potential of exactly what we accuse municipalities of doing, unfunded budgets. We are in that terrain now, inching very closer to that terrain. So bottom line, because I don't want to repeat, Chair, all that our colleagues have said, it's really patently clear that there's just no way we can go forward. But I think it starts from the consideration that these committees are not all the same in terms of that our work is very broad, it's very broad and it's very deep. So we really must be considered separately, not because we're special, but because of the job that we need to do in terms of where it matters most, delivery of service. That is really my take on this, Chair, that you must seriously revisit the whole model and come with a solution. Otherwise, if you continue forward like this, then we're just fiddling whilst Rome is burning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will continue with the comments. I just want the members to always consider that most of our cost when we do oversight visit are linked to the logistics of going from one area to another and staying in a place for accommodation and so on. Probably for the number of municipalities that we went to see in the Free State in the last oversight, it's cheaper that way to see more municipalities than we would have done in the past. So we need to then talk about how do we want to change what, but in terms of the cost for engaging municipalities, 3 days in and see 23 municipalities, or at least we saw in this case 19, almost the same as the cost we had when we visited 2 or 3 municipalities previously. So there's something we need to look at in terms of the question of modeling, but the fact that we saw so many municipalities at more or less the same cost is something that we must consider of how what the value of each of the models. So as we talk about them, the members are raising the question of committees are not the same. It's so true. You know, we have to deal with all the municipalities. I'm not sure. I don't know what arts and culture does when they need to go. So you may not be able to compare these committees. So what do we do with that? We are now here. We've got this budget, but what do we do with that? So I'm saying, members, let's continue talking about it. We need to ultimately find a way out of this. And also, you're talking about the initial option 1, 2, 3 on the tour. I've said Sharon must quickly calculate what if you did an option of 4 people. That comes to just below R1 million. Now, is that an effective tour with 4 people or not? That means 3 members and the other one would be administration. What's the minimum that we might want to consider? So let's try and move towards try to sharpen some of the proposals that we're making. Thank you very much, Honorable Buthelezi. Your point of an unfunded mandate, it makes me laugh because that's exactly where we can't go. And so we have to think of ways out of this. Honorable Sompa Masiu, I've got Marina van Zyl after that. I've still got a couple of members who haven't spoken. Everyone is going to speak. Please, Honorable Sompa Masiu.
Thanks. Greetings to the members. I'm not going to go much because all the latter speakers have covered me. But what we must also emphasize in terms of reviewing our budget, because really we are not going to be doing justice, is to maybe to remind those who are doing the budget that without our communities, we're not supposed to be in parliament. And that is the core mandate of us as COCTA committee. Because of COCTA is the core in terms of interacting with communities, because the communities linked to the municipalities, issues that they are raising out of concern, making them to abstain from voting, is
Recording
because of
stopped.
the frustrations that they are getting from municipalities that makes them angry to say we are not getting service delivered. Now, if we are constrained in the small budget like this, it means we are not going to do the job that we're supposed to do in terms of listening to our communities and trying to come up with solutions and making municipalities to be accountable on the budgets that they were given by the government to make sure that they put service to our people. So now I'm not going to go to others. The other speakers have already covered me, but just to remind them that without our communities, we won't be members of parliament today. But we need to be considered that COCTA is a very special and more into to our people. Thanks.
You are very special. Reminding me of the MM who was saying that. Honorable Van Zyl, you are the next one.
Thank you,
Please
Chairperson. Thanks, Chairperson. So I'll align myself with all those who said that the budget is very small. It's a blanket approach to budgeting for committees, and not all committees has the same function. So I think we need to really start there and see if there's any space for us to, or any wiggle room or anything that we can maybe negotiate in order for us to get a bigger budget, because we are the cold face of local government. We're heading towards I suppose, the biggest local government elections next year. And with coalitions, I don't see how we can just put the study tour on how coalitions work, and with the coalition, the stabilization, all those bills, the threshold bills that's coming, how we can not try and understand and see best practices. So, Chairperson, I mean, a lot has been said already, but I think we need to find out if there is possibly a sit down that can be had with regards to our 3 million budget, to see if there is some wiggle room around that. And the second thing, I think also there's an oversight model issue. We need to start looking at ways that we maybe not everyone goes on all of the oversights within South Africa, that we send a smaller teams to that, because like you said, traveling in between, etc., that becomes a problem, and it's very costly. But we have, I suppose, one of the biggest portfolios that there is. So, Chairperson, that's really only with those few words. I wanted to say let's see if we can get wiggle room, and if we can get our budgets increased. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marina. Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. I also support what has just been said by my colleagues. I support that we can go to study tour. However, we can also check with the Office of the House Chair, because I know that they have a formula that can also assist in minimizing the number of the colleagues who will attend the study tour. And secondly, Chair, on oversight, looking at the price, they are value for money. However, if we were to adapt another model, maybe we can also consider the possibility of us being in Cape Town for maybe a week or so, and then we invite municipalities to come, maybe 3 or 4 reps of municipalities to come and account in front of the committee. Maybe that also can also assist in cutting the cost, because even when we go to the provinces, like when you go to Eastern Cape, it's a very their municipalities are scattered and there's a long distance. But if we call them maybe to Cape Town, it may cut the cost for all of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Saints. I haven't seen your hand, but I'll give you the chance. And Honorable Ndamase.
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Excuse me. As I was saying, I'm using another device here, and I don't know where the hand is in order for me to indicate that I want to speak. Chairperson, I'm not going to be long. Fact of the matter is, our 3 million budget, it will never work for this. For us as a committee, it will never work. I am not an accountant here, but when I look at the figures, I mean, to do an oversight in one province, it's nothing less than 500,000. And in the Free State, it was over 600,000 to go for that oversight meeting. And in fact, the thing is, we are 9 provinces in South Africa. Which ones do we pick, and which ones do we leave for a financial year? So this budget, it doesn't make sense. I also would like to support the fact that we need to go and sit down with Treasury, or the ones who are responsible for this, for working out this budget, so we can review it. And also, it's unfortunate effect of a matter that this study tour, Chairperson, we really need to look into this study tour. I support it. I feel that we need to go as a committee, and unfortunately, we can't go to an option 4, which says 4+1. Who must stay and who must go? And we also have a challenge here of our elections coming up, and definitely South Africa will just go more and more into coalitions. So the fact of the matter is, Chair, that study tour, we need to look into it, how we can save it in order for us to go. Maybe with option 3, perhaps, but we need to go, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the meeting. I find it very hard to be able to imagine how on earth are we able to utilize this budget. This budget is not meant to cover the responsibilities that we're supposed to do as the committee. member who are supposed to, who are enjoined by the Constitution to make laws, to do oversight, to be involved in public participation, and the budget is woefully small. I would support the notion that says, can we go back? Is it possible? Is there room for the committee to go back and be able to look into the other budgets of other committees if there is anything that can be collected in relation to those? Because I don't see any other thing that we must sacrifice. Of course, I support the notion that says, let's look at the model in relation to the oversight that we're doing and be able to deal with the issues that are going to be able to give us some money to be able to utilize. Let me end there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gossip Chelezi, I suspect your hand is a legacy hand. You want to drop it or you want to say something again? Okay. Let me also note that Gossip Chelezi was going to be excused at some point. Honorable Mtolo? You are muted. Honorable Mtolo, that is if you, I saw that your hand was up, but you were going to speak anyway. Try and look at the mute thing and open up so I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, now I can. Thank you.
Yes. No, Chair, although most of the members have covered me, but the question, Chair, that we have to ask ourselves is about our mandate, whether with this budget that is allocated for the PC, it will be able to empower us to do our job. I think, Chair, that is critical, because choosing or not choosing whether we must have statutory or not, it won't assist us because really it's a fact that this budget won't enable us actually to fulfill our mandate as members of this portfolio committee. I think most of the members actually have covered me in terms of actually really even the suggestions that we have to go back to the share of shares, actually to actually really raise our concerns about this budget. Even this thing of making a comparison really will not assist. The fact remains, Chair, that actually as the culture committee, we are dealing with the municipalities that actually it is a fact, not even a view, it's a fact that actually they're not performing. The issue that has been raised by Honorable Shenge of the unfunded mandate, really, we are dealing with that with the municipalities. Even with this budget, we are doing exactly that, or will be doing exactly that. So I think, really, if we mean business, Honorable Chair, something will need to be done with regard to this budget. If we need to be fair in terms of what we are doing. So we are not going to go anywhere with this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. All right. We have all spoken and we have raised more or less the same issues. I think there's one issue which we agree about, and that is the mandate for the Cooperative Committee is to oversee 9 provinces and 257 municipalities. We need to also note the fact that at this point, these municipalities are severely under strain, and therefore they are facing challenges of governance issues, functionality, financial distress, corruption, maladministration, which issues get reported by the Minister of Cooperative and Finance, as well as the Auditor General. The oversight responsibility of the committee means, therefore, that we have to do oversight on all those municipalities, which is a rather more elaborate mandate compared to the expectations on other committees. And because of that, we believe that the current situation where the municipalities are showing a lot of distress, and there's been an appeal by the AG for something drastic that needs to be done to curb the deterioration of the audit outcomes. Therefore, becomes difficult for the committee to disregard the requirement of having to ensure oversight across all these municipalities. And from that point of view, we believe that the question of the budget needs to take into account that the budget cannot be symmetrical. It has to carry the asymmetry that's able to show the different mandates and the complexity of the committees, and so a one-size-fits-all does not work. So that for us is a debate we have to take back to the House Committee chairperson, and therefore raise the question of additional support for the committee. Now, I think that point is well made. We all agree as a committee on that. So let's put that aside and put a rider that for any one of you who has dealt with finances, you already know that if you allocate money to any of the entities, it hardly ever happens that one entity comes back and says, take back some money, we have had more money than we need. Normally, there's always a demand for more. You may then find that we are not different to many others who will feel that they should have been considered and favorably awarded additional resources compared to what they have done. I have no idea of how this is being done in the parliamentary setting. But nevertheless, we need to take that matter up at that level. Let me put that issue as one issue on the side, which I think from the point of view of the committee is a valid observation and a concrete recommendation that we should go and engage on the basis of the extreme demand that's being posed by the conditions of municipalities, the concerns of the AG and the ministers, and the need, therefore, for us to actually see the turnaround of the municipalities, which cannot happen unless we also play a role of oversight and ensuring accountability. Now, with that, we will take the matter. Nevertheless, something stays for us to consider still. We have that 3 million. How do we prioritize? So I think the members are raising quite rightfully the question of reviewing the model of oversight. Now, up until last visit, our oversight model was not different to what has been done in the past. You get members to go out to a municipality, sit with a municipality for 2 days, or maybe one municipality for a day, and then visit some projects and talk to community and so on. Now, in my mind, if you look at that model, which is what we did up until earlier part of this year, we have already gone to 1, 2, 3. We've gone to already 3 provinces. The cost of doing that and visiting 3 or 4 municipalities during that session is probably about 100,000 rands different to the one where we went to the Free State and we saw 23 municipalities all at a go. Of course, this was occasioned by the need for us to get an intervention on changing the audit outcomes. And also, therefore, the approach we took was to say we call everybody and we get them into one session. What we gain in that process is that we've spent the same amount of time and so many more municipalities than we would have done before. And the cost might be a little bit more, but it actually becomes much cheaper if you compare a per municipality cost. What we might have lost is an ability to see on the spot, on the ground, how the municipality looks, and also engaging with stakeholders and communities, or maybe even visit projects which they are undertaking. But considering what we were doing in the Free State, I believe that all of us can attest to the fact that the impact was much bigger than what would have happened in the previous cases where we just went to one municipality and we saw different groups of people. So we spent less time, but very intensive discussion, and we therefore would have got better outcome. And I'm still quite convinced, because I've been following what's happening. We have had a better outcome in the Free State in terms of some of the things that we wanted done. In fact, if we were to get all the provinces to approach them this way, it would allow for a cheaper follow-up afterwards. Because what it would mean is that, for example, next time we meet with Free State, we can just do a virtual meeting. We need not go to Free State because of the thoroughness with which we have dealt with the issues already. And that might carry us for quite a while if we don't go back to Free State, but every 3 months we call them all onto the Zoom platform. We'll still be working on the currency of the first visit, because the reports, the resolutions of that process are very distinct, and therefore there are certain things that we can monitor even without having to go into that municipality. So I would still think that we would have effected a savings if we had done as many of those provincial visits the way we did with the Free State, and get everyone to be followed up on a Zoom meeting afterwards. Then we can get to a point where maybe we might then call this or that or other municipalities without all of us having to go to that particular municipality. So my inclination is that we're not spending more on doing this model than we had done when we were doing previously. And yet, once we've done it, we can actually save money in the subsequent visits by reducing the need for visiting them directly. But we could then say, we have had reports in the last 3 months. In the next 3 months, we will summon 2-3 municipalities to come to Parliament, because we have noticed certain things in the reports that we've received. That, for me, would be able to help us to keep the mandate and manage the cost more or less in the same way. So that is more my inclination in this matter. Still basing it on the need for us to go and argue for an additional allocation to cover the broad mandate and the the dire situation of the municipalities requiring our attention without us having to pull back, to basically tick the box so that we can use the allocated funds, which might mean that you tick the box, but you're not effective at all, but you still spend the money. And so that would be my inclination in this regard. Then we go to the next aspect. Look, there are other issues here which are going to demand us to have money. And maybe it's on the basis of some of those that we should also be arguing with the House Chairperson that if you've got 3 bills which require processing, the last one on the traditional and traditional Khoisan leadership bill, that bill fell off the court because of consultation. So there is going to be an expectation for us to do proper consultative processes in relation to hearings of the various bills. If you don't do that, we're still going to be back to square one, where ultimately we get the if we get the court to ultimately rule again that the consultation was inadequate. So again, on that basis, we need to then be arguing for additional support. And that is going to be something that, as we have seen now, some of these bills are going to be coming back. And the ones that are going to be most controversial are the ones that have to do with different political parties, their representation and the coalition issues, as well as, of course, the issue of the Khoisan bill, which, as we go, we need to consider quite a lot of consultative processes as well. The last point is the study tour. There are 2 points we can't argue about the study tour. One is that we need it. We agreed, and we still think that it will be a good learning opportunity for the committee. And therefore, from the point of view of the committee's understanding and conclusion, is that we need the study tour. That is a fact for us. The other one is that it's expensive. There may well be a slight variation if you get a different travel agency who might get better packages and take advantage of whatever discounts and so on. But that will be a very huge sum. It's not arguable. So we will not get away without a huge bill when it comes to this one. What the committee must decide is one of 2 things. First issue, do we can this and stop going abroad? Now, I've just said that we all agree that it's necessary. I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but I want the committee to now make a call. That's the first issue. Do we then just say we go ahead or not? The other option is that cut it down. Of the figures you have 11 plus 2 staff, 9 plus 2 staff, 7 plus 1 staff. You can also have the last one, which is the smallest, 3 members plus 1 staff. Delegation of 4. Costs us 980 million. It saves us another million on top. The question is whether it can then, the additional million in the meantime, then be used to contain the upcoming activities, and therefore we have some money to do that. Meanwhile, whilst the team is going abroad, we will wait and look forward to the report, but then in the process, we will also be negotiating with the House Chairperson on that matter. Could that be one proposal that we can look at, which means ultimately we make the savings from the traveling instead of costing us 2 million, 2 point something million, we drop it below to drop it below 1 million, and then we'll still go and try and get another travel agent to see whether they might be able to effect us better savings, but we drop it below 1 million. We proceed with the oversights, but in the meantime, we try also and see whether it's possible to effect some savings in this process to reduce the cost as well. And then on top of that, then we go and discuss with the House Chairperson, considering that we will have money to do what we want to do. We will run out of money in the outer years, and therefore one of the ways of dealing with it is to also look at the committee, House Chairperson committee, House Committee Chairperson, looking at where they're making savings with other committees, and therefore shift the money to balance our books, because of the fact that we say that our demands is much bigger and we shouldn't have been given to a one size fit all budgeting approach, and 3 million is woefully inadequate. And for 257 municipalities, you cannot do with the same level of responsibility if you like you do if you had to compare to some of the other committees. So that's how I would try and say let's see if we can refine this closer to where we need to go, and then we can go back into the issues of the substance of this strategic plan. We agreed with all those issues which are there, but because the issue that's catching the eye is the money issue, that's how I'm looking at it, and I've taken into account some of the issues you raised. Let's have members to comment again. Honorable Marina van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't think at this stage, not having context of whether we will be able to get more budget, we should decide on a small subcommittee to take the Denmark tour. I don't think that should be the way to go. I think the first process would really be to see if we can apply for a rollover, if I want to talk municipal language, in order for us to get more money that's not being spent by other committees. That's the first thing. The second thing, I'm just quickly touching on the bills that you said in the public participation. If I'm not mistaken, Chairperson, that money doesn't come from the committee. That money comes from Parliament. Any public participation that is to do with bills. And that's just my quick 2 cents. Thank you.
Well, that would be very nice. I'm not sure how it works. So if the public participation will not come from us, then we'll just put it in there and post the bill to the House Committee Chair. That's fine. Now, you're going to have a slight problem, Honorable van Zyl. The question of going to negotiate for the budget, I don't know, would be a one-meeting process. I suspect that the chairperson may not even be in a position to consider it because they did the allocation, they are done. Now we're coming back and saying this is not enough. And so they might have to go around to scrape for savings and are not able to confirm anything until after a couple of months when they would have seen who didn't spend according to the expectations, and therefore they start pinching from that one to try and cover our backs. So for that reason, you will then have a problem if we think we're going to freeze everything until we get a response. Just to get a response of where we are, it has taken us a long time on something that's not difficult and is all within policy. Now, once we start asking them to give us some additional money, take from those who didn't use and all of that, that issue may take us more time than we might be prepared to wait. And my approach would be, we have already some oversight that's planned for next week. We can try and effect certain savings in that process by reducing costs here and there where we can, but we can't stop it. Meanwhile, I wouldn't be certain that between today and the end of the week, we would have been able to get a positive answer from the House Chairperson that we can proceed with expanding. So I think we must find a middle way that basically says that there will be things we're going to start doing, but in case we get caught and we don't have ultimately any backup plan and the money is not available, then this is the option that we're going to be faced with. And the option is either we cancel the tour, or we reduce it to the smallest possible delegation. And that's really what I'm trying to get the members to focus on. Now, I'm going to ask the members to come back and give us their own view. We're not disagreeing that we go and talk to the House Chairperson. We're not disagreeing that when that happens, we will take the money and then spread it according to what we see as our very broad mandate, which is bigger than what many subcommittees in Parliament are facing. I'm not disagreeing there. But I'm saying that in the process, when we move from here into the future, we can't halt the discussion on the program of action of the committee until we get a confirmation of the money. Because if it comes after 2 months, it means we'll have frozen the committee for 2 months. But if we have to use whatever little we have, then we need to reserve a certain budget, a certain amount of money in our budget for the eventuality when a committee, when the overseas trip has to be undertaken. And therefore, what we reserve must allow us a smaller team to go. And then if before that date comes, we're able to get additional money that allows the full complement of the committee to go, of course, then the full committee will go. So that is where we are. I'm saying we will go and ask for additional funds. We can't guarantee that the answer will come on time to be able to proceed with everything and having not stopped and interrupted our program in an unreasonable manner. So that's what I'm looking at. Honorable Mtolo? Honorable Mtolo, your hand was up unless your gadget was playing up on you. Well, I'm back to honorable members. We have to get a holding position. And I'm saying 2 questions there. Study tour, cancel, study tour, reduce. Reduce. The smallest is 900 million, 980,000. 980,000. Then, of course, the others goes up as the numbers increase. Now, we can sit here and agree who are the 3 that will go. And then after that, 1 staff as one possibility. Then in the event we ultimately can't do anything, we will end up with that list. But if we get more money, we then go back to our plan of the other options. What do the members say? Honorable Labus Kahme? I'm now going by list, I'm not going by hands.
Chairperson, what else can I say? I said right in the beginning that I don't think 3 people is a committee. It's a subcommittee. That's not the ideal for a study tour. But if this is what the rest of the people decide, then that will be the decision. I am not convinced that this is a fair decision, but this will be a decision because, normally in these things, there's also party lines and all those things. So 3 people from this committee going on a study tour, I don't think it's fair. If we can get a bigger, like 4 or 5 people, but I do know that the money is a problem. I will go with the 3 people if the rest of the committee say that is fine. I will also just have to say that in our session where we are going to decide on our content, that we must be very careful and be very aware of the budget going forward, and also bring in a budget for each and every committee meeting so that we know how we spend our money and keep track on what is the money that is left. And if we have to make changes to accommodate priorities that comes in during the year, because it from time to time happen, they'll have to do that. So I will go with what the decision of the majority of the committee is. Thank you, sir.
No, wait. Before you cut, you are agreeing, you are saying two options. We could either cancel the trip or send a delegation of 4 or 5. So what would that be for you? Is 5 members, 1 staff, or is it 4 members, 1 staff? What are you saying? Just get a concrete proposal. So I'll move away from the 4+1, from the 3+1, and you go to your 4+1 or 5+1. What are you suggesting? Then we can leave it there, get the other members to talk.
Okay, sir, I think the committee consists out of 11 people, or how many? How many are we? If we just divide that, 11 by 2, it's 5 people. So that would be 50% of the committee. So I would say 5+1. I have 2 things, 4+1 or 5+1. That will bring us closer to a sort of representation of the committee and not only 3 people, which will be and I'm saying this, and I know that might be putting, it's very difficult for me because, this is also along party lines. We know the bigger parties will have the best option to have someone in that 3. So I'm talking about the fact that most probably Honorable Fonseca will be able to go. And in spite of that, I think if we're sending the 3 bigger parties, given the situation, I don't think it's fair because this is a study tour on coalitions. So therefore, I really feel that we have to go to 4 or 5 members plus a staff. But if it can't be otherwise, because I'm not sure that we will get more money, and if you say to me, choose now, 3 members plus a staff or no study tour, then I would say the 3 members should go because we need to get the information, we need to get the experience from that side. But if there's leeway, I would go for 4 or 5 members plus a staff. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I see you couldn't resist the temptation to nominate a member already. We will not nominate yet, so let's hold on who you want to send already. Let's leave the nomination. Let's go back. Shireen, can somebody calculate if you had 5 members, which means 4 party members plus 1, and then if you got 5 party members plus 1, just give us some quick calculation there. Marina van Zyl?
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope you can hear me. My signal isn't great. Honourable Labuschagne has actually said all that I wanted to say is that if you go to 3+1, it becomes very difficult because those allocations isn't made in committee. Those allocations are made elsewhere, and the parties will decide who goes. And that will obviously mean that it will be the ANC, the DA, and NK as the 3 biggest parties, which will exclude some of the other members. So based on that, Chairperson, and based on different views, to be able to go and get the information we need from inside the GNU, from outside, and also then looking at the different compositions we will have in the local government elections, it will be very difficult for us to only do 3+1. So my opt would also be either a 4+1 or a 5+1. Thank you.
Do the calculation on 4+1 and 5+1 and give us the numbers. Let's move to the next member, Honorable Sompa.
No, Chair, that one is very difficult to get to engage on. I was just saying I will support the setup that we started in Free State is the one that I'll do. So this one of the trip or how many must go, who must go, I'm not gonna get in that one. Thanks.
Okay, that's fine. You're supporting the oversight model, and you don't want to comment on the size of the delegation. Honorable Mkalipi.
Chair, I think today we are led by Honorable Leposrachni because I think she's fair to say that even if you are going to take 3 members, Chair, it will be unfair. We are aware of the budget constraints, but it will be very unfair. And also the addition from Marina to say we are the aim of the study tour is to go and learn about coalition. So therefore, if we are not going to cater for such a sizable number of the committee members, we might as well consider that we are wasting our time. So therefore, Chair, I will suggest and propose that 5 members plus 1 staff member to go to the study tour on the 24th of October. Further to that, let us do the research from Parliament to consider other options in terms of agents, the booking agents who can offer us some sense of packages. Let us compare to them and then we'll take it from there, Chair. But I recommend 5 plus 1. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Are you getting figures? Can you see what 5 plus 1 will come to? Direko?
Chairperson.
All right, let's start with Saints first, and then Direko will come in after.
Okay, Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, if we are speaking about the political parties and how big they are, from the ANC up until the first three, ANC, DA, MK. Now, none of us agree with that 3 plus 1. Now, everybody else is saying now 5 plus 1. So it means that every political party on this portfolio committee will be represented by the top 5 who are usually present in these meetings, who are representing not only South Africans in general, but the party lines as well. So the Patriotic Alliance will automatically be excluded if we say 5 plus 1 and not 6 plus 1. I think it's unfair, Chair, to consider that number of 5 plus 1. Let's rather go to 6 plus 1, and if we don't get the budget for it, let's cancel. But 6 plus 1, Chair, then all political parties on this portfolio committee will be represented, and not one will be left out. Thank you, Chair. 6 plus 1.
6 plus 1. Look at the numbers as they are showing there. I said to 3 plus 1 because I wanted us to have a concrete figure. It allows us the extremity to look at what we have, what is possible. Now, whilst we're busy with this discussion, what about another option of a hybrid meeting with the different players on the other side? Would that be an option? And I'm just throwing that as just another issue because unfortunately for us, we have to take a holding decision on what we do instead of, we can't just close and say we'll come back because by the time we come back, will be over a week. And we do need to get something that's going to be approved on the other side. So whilst we discuss the cost of this whole plan, we need to be able to say time is rolling on, and so we cannot say things will wait because it means it's gonna start knocking on those particular timelines. Obviously, there will be someone who won't go. I take the point that it's not fair to have all the smaller parties excluded. It's not fair. I take the point. And that's why we have to debate it like this to get to a point where we say, ultimately, what do we do? My main issue is there must be money in the budget. We can't run an unfunded budget. But if that is the case, let's then see what is it that we can agree on whilst we're still negotiating for more money. And if we don't get that money, we still have a plan of what we're gonna do. And then at the end, we have money for what we decided must be done. So you will see now the numbers, how they are showing on the proposal. You've got 6 + 1, 5 + 1, 4 + 1. It gives you a sense. The difference is just a couple of 100,000, 200,000 or so. Each time you have to shift the numbers. But your 5 + 1 is not correct. Your numbers are the other way around. 5 + 1 can't be cheaper than 4 + 1. But anyway, that's just by the way. The issue now is those are the numbers we're seeing. If we can't afford, why don't we consider a hybrid as well? And I'm not saying we're canceling. I'm saying you are all looking at more a possibility of a smaller delegation, minimum 6 + 1 or 5 + 1. Although there's objection from the PA. Honorable Mtolo.
Thanks, you will bear with me that I'm still new in the committee, but I'm asking whether is it compulsory that we go there during this financial year, or we can postpone it until the next financial year? Because seemingly financially it's unaffordable. So because really it is against our budget that we go there this financial year. Is it compulsory that we do it this financial year?
Yeah. The decision was taken by the committee much earlier last year that as part of dealing with the issue of the
coalitions.
We're going to study tour. We agreed on that. So it's not more a question of being compulsory, but it's a decision we took. And when we took the decision, no one actually raised the issue of the money until very late when we were trying to now do the application. Then we were told that we must put this in a strategic planning and cost it. And we were then later told, you've got a certain budget, which is 3 million, and you will do everything you want to do as long as it's within your budget. And that's how we ended up here. So you might not have been present when this issue was being discussed, but we are together now on the fact that we want to take this tour. We don't have money. Do we then cancel everything else and just take the tour? Or do we cancel the tour and do other things? Or we do a smaller tour with the numbers being suggested? So what would be your take?
As the chair see my hand.
No, Chair, my take on that, I think I'll go with 6 + 1, if we are fair. And then if you go to the House Chair, maybe you'll actually motivate 6 + 1. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we will motivate. Then we'll be left with only the amount that will carry one big oversight. By the time we get the answer, that oversight would have been done, which is next week. and that oversight would have cost more. And by that time, unless we say we're going to cancel that oversight, looking at the figure of 6+1 means we have to cancel the oversight. And so that's what we're balancing. We can't balance one issue, we're balancing more issues. Is Nkosi Buthelezi still with us?
I am, Chair.
Yes, your hand was up and we called and we didn't quite get a response from you. So we didn't know what.
Yes,
please-
Chair. I've been sliding in and out of network.
No problem.
Thank you, Chair, for the
Just-
opportunity. I think at the moment, Chair, we are on the terrain of, unfortunately, the tail wagging the dog in terms of the budget, because now we're looking at all these scenarios. Although also, if you look at the 3+1, I think we're all agreed there that really would be neither here nor there. But I think on a lighter note, Chair, it reminds me someone was telling an incident that a gentleman takes a lady to dinner but doesn't have enough budget. Then he starts looking at the menu from the right to the left. So really, the price now is going to determine in terms of the size of the delegation. But also, I think we must maybe for a moment pause and reflect morally whether we can actually ditch site visits, oversight visits against the study tour without saying it's not important. But whenever you decide between two things, you choose the one thing that is materially or for whichever reason more important. I don't think we want to get there. So I think maybe the happy medium will be where then fewer members, a reduced number of us go. And I think also maybe we must adjust our philosophy a bit, that once we are a committee now, yes, definitely we all have our homes, political homes. But once we're a committee, we must look at ourselves as one team to say that if 5 people or whoever have gone, they are truly representing us. And because if we are not there, then I think we have some serious things to ponder as a team in a coalition. And also, to send a team there, which of its own nature reflects only big parties, it really just flies in the face of the very intention of the tour. I think being that the person that side where we're visiting, I would question that and say, how does this help in terms of exposure? Because now it means the big parties will come back again and share with the smaller party instead of first-hand experience what it means to be in a coalition. So I think that in my view, really we need to strike a happy medium, but also we must not rule out the possibility of ruling out the tour now if the pressure is so much, because it's what you gain and lose by in terms. Unfortunately, we are forced now to choose between the oversights and the study tour, which should never happen, because they are both very, very important. But as you said, Chair, we're not talking about 5-year plan. We're talking about what we are facing now as we are sitting now here with this financial year. Maybe when we decided, of course, based on our sentiment, our wish list at the beginning, it was in some way inadvertently the cart before the horse, because now you look at what you want to do, then we're sitting now here looking at the budget. So my take is that let's look at those scenarios, but definitely we're on the territory now of the number will determine who goes, not the wish or what's ideal and what makes sense. So I will accept anything like that, but I think there are those extremes. That 3 is a laugh a minute. It's not even worth considering. But also you can't completely throw the baby out with the bathwater to say we are not going to go. And then, of course, more importantly, let us consider our moral standing of site visits in this situation we're facing right now in our country against the study tour. And also, lastly, Chair, maybe does it have to be overseas? I remember one time they were said, sometimes we tend always to look overseas, and there are some countries in the continent. Maybe, I don't think, of course, the comparisons overseas are more compelling and they've been there for a long time. But maybe that is not so possible right now, especially from the point of view of coalitions. That is my take, Chair, on this matter, that I will accept as long as we strike that balance, that we can reach the happy medium. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Tereko.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I believe that 5 plus 1 or 6 plus 1 is a fair number. And then what could happen is that, let's say if you take 5 plus 1 or 4 plus 1, the members who will remain behind, like for instance, if there's a team that scores, some will remain behind. We can join the oversight, the study tour virtually if possible. We can just make that arrangement. Or we can also rely on members who goes there. They will come back with information and we trust that.
Thank you. Look, honorable members, the consensus here is that let's try and get a fair representation, which the minimum should be 6 members plus 1 staff, which would cater for additional parties being represented. So that is what you can get from all the comments. Let's consider the diversity of the committee, the party representation, and therefore settle on the minimum of 6 members plus 1. If we take that as a guiding principle, then we must then say, of the money we have, we will spend 1.4 million on the overseas trip. And what will remain will be probably enough for one oversight visit. If we are able to get additional funds, we can then proceed with the rest of the other issues. What do we do if we don't have additional funds? Do we proceed with the trip and cancel anything else, or do we cancel the trip and proceed with all the other programs? That's what we must face, and we will not close the meeting without putting a concrete either-or scenario that will allow us to know how to deal with these issues. Do the members suggest that we'll hold the discussion on the allocation until we get to hear from the House Committee chairperson, or we can conclude now, look, this is how we deal with it. If we can get the money, we will do everything that we want to do, including the trip, or if we don't get further additional resources, we will continue with the trip and cancel anything else. I'm saying it's not possible to cancel anything else because the remainder of the money will be spent next week. That money will go to the oversight visit. What remains will not be enough for the tour. And if it's not enough, even if we agree now, if we don't get additional money, that means the tour will be canned later. Do we want to face that only when we deal with the fact that there is no money, or do we want to deal with that now? And I just want to sharpen it so that the members are conscious as we deal with the issue. What's the way? Honorable Ndamase?
Thank you very much, Chair. One would recall that initially we had argued that it will be a feasible and an acceptable arrangement if the whole committee would go to the international trip. But circumstances now in relation to money has dawned that with this budget, that cannot be able to be achieved. While at the same time, there is also an issue of oversight that we still have to carry out. I would propose that let's go for the attempt of looking into the funding in relation to the 6+1 that we're proposing as the meeting. But if it comes to a push in a situation that is going to sacrifice the oversight, we can as well, because of the financial challenges, delay the international trip for this current financial year and look into it when we are faced with the challenge of choosing between it and the oversight. Thank you very much, Chair.
Would members agree with the approach? Because at this point, we have laid out all the principles. The question is their approach now. Would you agree that we will continue, we will factor in the oversight programs and then go and negotiate on the basis of the 6.1. And when we report back to the committee will then see whether we are able to proceed with this issue or not. But we don't can the oversight programs pending the conclusion of the negotiation on this trip. We consider it important. We're considering that it's important for as many of these parties to be represented. We're also considering that whilst the oversight work has to be done, then the funding of this needs to be augmented from the House Committee's funds, and on that basis we'll then go and negotiate for that consideration. And if we do, we're fine. If we don't, then of course that means we have to sit down and say we couldn't succeed on it. Do we reschedule? Do we cut it further? What do we do? So can we leave it on the basis that we will continue with the program of the oversight? We will then go back to the committee, House Committee, and then we will give a feedback as to where we are in relation to that. Would that be a fair approach, members? Do we have support for that?
Supported, Chair.
Supported. All right.
Yeah, supported, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's fine. I'm glad then we've been able to deal with it to that extent. Now let's go back then to the to the text of the document. Just open the document back again. The top part of the document, Sharon. All right, Sharon, just move it up. Any comments? We have a forward. Anyone's concerned about it? Forward. Are we agreed there? Any comments? Is that hand a legacy hand, Direko? A new hand? Fine. Next aspect. Move it up. Vision, mission, values, any issue? Are we fine with that? No hands, proceed. Mandate. Are we comfortable there? Mandate, legislative mandate. Policy mandate. All right, situation analysis. Demarcation, any issue there? No, agreed, move on. Initiation, customer initiation, any issues? All right, we move on. All right, next one, recognition of Khoisan leaders. communities, any comments? Move on. Kingships, constitutional interventions, proceed. Any community works program, any comments, concerns? All right, then municipal debts, disaster management, any comments? Agreed, move on. District development model, any comments? Proceed. Eastern Seaboard Development Program, comments? Proceed. Audit outcomes, comments? Proceed. Coalition governments, proceed. Just move down that. What is that? Just put on the other way. Don't flip it too much. I don't know where we are. Committee priorities, agreed. Move on. All right. Do you have any comments on all of these indicators? Move on. Indicators. Priority 2, enhancing legislative process. Move on. Any issue? Proceed. Move on. Meaningful participation. Move on. Proceed. International engagement. Move on. Risk management. Any comments? Move on. Funding. 24-25, that's done. Agreed. 25-26, this is where we are. All right. I think we need to make a point here that obviously we're going to be guided by the available budget, and that as a committee, we will not adopt anything that's going to go beyond what the budget can provide. Hence, therefore, based on the mandate and the situation within municipalities, we want to go request for additional funding. And so I think let's move on. So what we are adopting then, we are adopting continuation of the oversight visits, and then we are adopting the overseas visit with the model of reduced participation to 6+1, and we also adopted on the basis of the request for additional support from the House Committee Chair. Do we then have a mover for adoption of this report on the basis of the text as well as the figures put out there and the summary that I've made in terms of the approach to the finances? Sheng. Honorable Telesi.
I move for adoption, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtolo.
I move for adoption, Chair. I second.
Seconded.
I
Good.
second.
Yeah, and Honorable Labuschagne. Don't be shy. Labu Skachne.
I hear you, sir. I just had to get this thing working. No, sir, I wanted to raise something, but it's not important. It's fine. We can adopt.
No, you're not allowed to drop it. Stay on camera. You're not allowed to drop it. You are here to speak, and you shall speak. Let the chair rule you out of order, which I'll be happy to do once I've heard. I don't like it if you want to withdraw. No self-censorship here. Please proceed. You are muted. You are muted. Only your lips are moving. Start afresh.
Thank you, Chair. Do we have the reverse of freedom of speech here today?
No, you don't have the freedom of speech. You got an obligation to speak.
I feel like that, Chair. No, what I wanted to raise is we have to work in that we have to do the oversight over the department, at least on the target set as in the APPs, because this is what we actually also have to do. But on a quarterly basis, but that's not going to cost less or more money. So for the sake of to align the budget with our strategic objectives, I don't think we have to put that in as a separate item. But that is actually how we do the basis of oversight, that you follow the money. You do the oversight on the department, on what their role and task is on their PPAs. And if we do that, maybe we will, and the reason why I want that to be included, because now that we are all more than a year here and all of us found our feet, maybe we can contribute more effectively in trying to help the department to find the right APPs so that they can have also a more proper oversight on municipalities. Because as we've already all of us said it, and we all agreed, it is a mammoth task and it's a very important task. But I don't, and that's why I took down my hand, but I don't think it needs to be included as a separate sort of subject.
I think it's an important point you're raising. Now, from where I sit, our understanding on how we're approaching this matter, we move from the fact that the department reported dysfunctionality of municipalities. We move from the fact that the AG reported deteriorating audit outcomes. So we've then gone to call the municipalities to make them account, and we have asked them to rectify all that they're doing, and then they must give us reports every 3 months on where they are. At that point, we are in a better situation to get the minister and those MECs to give us a report as to why things are still going the wrong way, because a lot of those issues would have been tabulated in terms of what needs to be corrected in specific details of what the AG's concerns were, in specific details of what the COCTA department would have raised on governance issues, in specific details of what the members here had picked up information in relation to maladministration, criminal investigations, and all of that. Now, if we call everyone, the department, to come and account and all of that, we measure the department on the basis of what they say they have done. But we keep having to ask the question, that department is supposed to oversee and support those municipalities. Part of the budget that those municipalities get from this allocation has to go to their infrastructure. What is happening there? part of the issues that the municipalities we expect them to be doing would be investigating in terms of how they've used the money, and therefore when the AG says it's not been properly accounted for, investigated, no consequences. Now we want to know what the MECs, what the minister would have done in relation to that. So for me, we could lay a good baseline of how to continue for several quarters of the year to get the minister to come and account. Because, you know, if you recall what this committee has been asking, first question was, and we spent a lot of time discussing this, support services program 2. And we've been saying, how are you doing that? And they gave us answers. Is there enough capacity to do that? Are there enough resources to do that? And when the members here have raised that issue, you can never judge that until you actually go and check what's happening in the municipality. Once you get there, then you know, are you effective? If you're not effective, is the provincial government effective? And how well are you coordinating your interventions? How well are you working together to oversee? Because one lesson that I think we will emerge to all of us when we're done, and because it was clear in the Free State, is that the audit outcomes, if left only to the municipalities without an obligation to the provincial and national government, there is always going to be a problem. Then we need them to be able to say, what have they done? And that is when we are actually saying to them, how come you've got so much of targets met, but still we've got these problems on the ground? Because we've been raising this question continuously. How do you say you have done all you needed to do when in fact on the ground we are not seeing the impact of your supervision on the ground? So I would say it's not an unimportant question. It's a matter of approach of how we mustn't lose sight of the fact that, yes, we will ask the minister to come and answer. But having been to the municipality, we've got a much better view of how to get the minister to account, because things are going wrong, even if the department is saying, tick, 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 we've done all of these targets. But what is happening on the ground? It's still that provincial and that national minister who must actually intervene, monitor, and support at the municipal level. So I think we shouldn't feel diffident about it. I think we will still be able to get where we need to get. But we therefore adopt that document or strategic plan document as our guide. And then we also adopt the figures as they've now kind of been revised. And that once again, from the point of view of the committee, the inadequacy of the budget has to be tabled for motivation for additional support and resources to the House chairperson, and that on the basis of that, we would like a revision of the budget to cover the additional cost that whilst we're busy with the oversight program, we still have on the other side additional support for the oversight, for the overseas visit. And when we get the response, we'll come back to the committee here. It may then come as a brief report back. It may be part or may not be part of next week, but hopefully by sometime next week we should have a response, and therefore we can consider what we do on this matter. Let's then open this issue up now to say, is there a matter that the members would have liked to deal with? Any other issues that the members would like to talk about, comment about? Honorable members? Is there a hand? Yes, Honorable Labuska.
Yeah, it's fine. I think I would like to go back to the whole thing of the issue that's been in the report, the legal opinion and the lying to Parliament. I think if we can schedule somewhere in our program when it can be virtual, because that costs us nothing. so that we as a committee can just get our heads around this and also formalize a way forward in how we're going to do that, and maybe also find a sort of answer to not only our committee, because I don't think it's only our committee that struggles with that, but with our committee, it's a little bit more difficult because we've got 3 spheres of government and all those intricate things that's been addressed in that report, so that we are just all on the same page and make a decision. It doesn't need to be a long meeting and it doesn't need to be that urgent. But yeah, I think for me, from my side, it will be just a little bit more comfortable going on oversight and knowing how to handle and how to deal with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary, please bring the issue of this legal opinion with the legal team to come and explain their understanding on the legal opinion so that this committee can conclude on what our approach will be in dealing with such situations, because they'll arise quite frequently. So let's put that up as part of the issues that go into the into the discussion of the committee. So that matter will come back. And then when it does come back, we'll have the committee, so we'll have, the legal team advising the committee. All right, thank you very much on that one. Any other matters? Honorable members, Honorable Director, do you have an issue? We have to conclude on this strategic planning issue. So I want to have a sense if there are any other issues that members feel we have left out. Honorable Director?
I am covered, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhalipi?
Yes, Chair, we are going to Denmark on the 24th of October. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's been decided. I'm not making any comment. I'm just enjoying it.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not. It doesn't matter how we go. It doesn't seem to me I'm going.
Who's saying that?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm just naughty.
You've had a chance now. If you want to endorse the trip to Denmark, you are welcome. But whether you want to go or whether you've already got a party priority list, I don't know. So we'll leave you with that. But we'll come back to that issue. Honorable Sompa?
So I'm covered, Chair. Thank you very much.
You covered. Honorable Mtolo?
Covered, Chair. Thank you so much.
Honorable Ndabezita, Gossip Terezi?
I'm good, Chair.
Honorable Van Sail, Marina?
Thank you, Chairperson. Covered by Lafskachny.
What has she covered you on? That she nominated you to go to Denmark?
Order, Chairperson.
Be careful, be careful.
Yeah, we're not in a party caucus here. So, Honorable Ndamase?
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Saints van Wyk, Honorable van Wyk?
My chair, I'm good. 6+1. Salute.
Oh my. Yeah, no. It's the first time I see this committee is getting so agitated about party affiliation. I'm not objecting, I'm just saying I'm noting it. All right, honorable members, it looks like we would have to conclude this whole discussion at this point. We'll then adopt that strategic planning.
Oh, Chair.
Yes. Oh, Honorable Mapena.
Ongubuzi me.
I am because I don't see your name on the thing now. I missed it when I was looking through. Please go ahead. You are a member of the committee. Proceed.
I'm also covered by Honorable Nabuskasni, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. No, that's fine. You are allowed to be covered by someone else. No, no problem. Oh, I see your name is further down there. That's fine. Sorry about that. Okay, honorable members, we then conclude this matter of the strategic planning issues. Let's leave the matter as I've said. The document will then be, is therefore adopted. The finances are adopted with the various provisos that have been raised with them. Firstly, that we need to motivate for additional resources on the basis of the mandate and the dire situation within the municipalities, and the fact that the model we are using is effective over the longer term. It would allow us better oversight, and so we want to proceed with that, and that all the other activities will still be considered as part of the program of the committee, funds allowing, and then the issue of public hearings will continue, but we anticipate that those will be funded from a parliamentary stakeholder participation program, which is slightly different, and that having done the motivation and negotiation with the House Committee, we will then report back to the committee in relation to the outcome on the request for additional resources. And in the course of that, the minimum participation in the delegation to Denmark would be 6+1 to consider the diversity of the political party representation, considering the subject of the visit being the coalition parties, which will also require an understanding of the interrelationship between larger and smaller parties and their participation in the coalition processes. And that will be necessary for purposes of processing all the bills. The issue in relation to the misleading of committee during the sessions will come back with the legal representation to allow the committee to conclude on the approach in this matter, so that when we do oversights, we have a standard guide on how these matters get resolved. That also, in relation to this whole oversight, that we are going to rely on regular interrogation of the annual performance plans of the various of the departments, but basing it on the reports that would have come from municipalities on oversight, which cover broadly the issues of dysfunctionality, governance, as well as audit queries, investigation, and criminal forensic investigation of particularly the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and any other malfeasance that might have been picked up in those municipalities. So all of that will come to us on a regular basis, on the 3-monthly basis, once we've been through those particular provincial oversight visits involving municipalities. With that, colleagues, I think we should then draw this meeting to a closure. Let's put up the agenda once more, Shirin. I don't see. Am I the only one who doesn't see your screen?
You are not the only one, Chair.
All right. What is missing? Thank you very much, Honorable Buthelezi. What is missing on the outside, on the outer part of the thing? Instead of taking that lunch break, we should then take a full break now of this meeting. But The one thing that we should be getting is announcements in relation to the visit to Northwest, which is coming on the weekend, and I understand that all of us need to be available by weekend to land there so that we start early. We should start around 8 o'clock. Do you have the screen? Can you share the program? I'm sure the members have seen it. This is just for completeness sake so that we look at how we're going to be dealing with the provincial visit over the weekend. All right. You, Shirin, are going to confirm that the different portfolio committees are bringing their own members as well. There we are. Just go through this whole thing. Start with the travel to Mafeking. Shirin?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, on Sunday, we will be all traveling to our Tambo, and then by 3 o'clock for the latest, we will leave our Tambo to travel to Mafeking. We have tried to organize it so that all the committees be at our Tambo at the same time so that we travel in one convoy through to Mafeking. We will have protection services that will lead us en route to Mafeking, and then our meetings will be we will be sleeping over in Mafeking. We at the Protea Hotel in Mafeking, and then we will be starting our meetings on the Monday at 8:30. Our meetings will be taking place at the Northwest Legislature in the auditorium. They will be providing us with sound. We will have our own parliamentary staff that will be doing the live streaming from the venue. So we have the Northwest that the speaker will open the proceedings like we had in Free State, and then we'll be having the municipalities as stated in the program. We are still awaiting some of the reports, which we are hoping that will be by the end of today. We will do it again. The reports we will put in the program on the link next to the municipality as will be presented. We also send the reports to the AG's office in Northwest, so they are busy working on the responses like they did in Free State. We're also sending it to Treasury and DCOG to also give inputs on the reports from municipalities. Chair, and then on the Wednesday, we will also have a session with traditional leaders that will also be taking place at the venue, and then after the engagement with the traditional leaders, we will depart to Gauteng, where we will start our program in Gauteng on Thursday and Friday. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. There we are. If there's any comment, this is just for information. That's what our next stop as we move on. If there's any comment, I don't want us to start discussing what's happening in Northwest. I just want you to be aware that this is our next stop. Unless there's a query, anything not clear, and otherwise, so it's just for information. Are we fine, honorable members?
Maybe, Chair.
Yes, please.
Maybe, Chair. I was just saying, I just found it a huge wake-up call. Thinking of just myself, how we relaxed, not that we are careless, relaxed we are when we do oversights. When I saw this attack at Philippi, and it really made me realize that at times it's not as straightforward and risk-free as one might hope in certain parts. Just a comment.
Well, it's a good comment. Normally, we have to inform the SAPS to have a sense of the risk assessment of our visit, and if there needs to be additional support, we leave it onto their hands. I think Sherin can just ensure that we do have the information shared with the relevant police and security structures so that they can deal with it. There'll always be a risk associated because there are lots of dynamics, and quite often the people have particular expectations. In I think one or two of our past visits where people complained that they were being blocked at the gate and they were almost getting rowdy about it. So sometimes people don't make a distinction. They want to just have their way with the authorities, and sometimes we are that authority when it was meant for someone else. So I think let's keep that as an issue, Sherin, that must be given attention. Can I ask you to deal with it that way? But it's important to always keep it in mind.
Thank you, Chair. We will do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That therefore brings us to the end of our session. This meeting is therefore adjourned, and we will meet in the Northwest on Sunday. Thank you very much, honorable members. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members.
Enjoy the day. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.